Hi friends, tonight on Dreamoria, we are tracing the long arc of human civilization, from firelit camps to crowded cities, from clay tablets to glowing screens. How did small bands of travelers become builders of temples and laws? Where did writing, money, and maps come from? Why do empires rise and fall? And how do ideas leap from one continent to another and change everything? We will begin with the first farms and river valleys, walk the streets of the earliest cities, and listen in on markets where trade and stories mixed. We will visit Athens and Rome, caravan stops on the Silk Road, libraries in Baghdad and Timbuktu, stone cities along the Nile and the Indus, forest kingdoms and island ports, the courts of China and Japan, the Andes and Mesoamerica. We will watch sails cross new oceans, a press stamp ink on paper, engines turn, factories hum, wars remake borders, and science and art reimagine what a human life can be. Through it all, ordinary people work, sing, argue, hope, and pass their knowledge forward. As always, I'd love to know where in the world you are listening from, and what time it is for you. Whether you are settling in for sleep or just curious about the patterns that shaped us, I'm glad you're here. Now, let us begin. The story of civilization begins long before the first city rose on an alluvial plain, and long before the first grain bent to the will of a human hand. It begins in landscapes that seem empty and eternal, where a chisel of wind cuts dust from ancient lake beds, and the sun throws hard light on volcanic hills. In such places, a Napa once sat with a core of stone and a purpose. He struck skillful blows, coaxing a blade from the rock, and left behind a curl of shiny debris that lay undisturbed for 100,000 years. It is possible to hold such a flake in a museum drawer today. Close your eyes and feel the mind of a maker who could already plan, already teach, already imagine what was not yet there. The earliest chapters of our species unfold in Africa. The continent is not a single birthplace, but a mosaic of nurseries. Across its vastness we have found faces and tools, hearths and pigments, the evidence of a people inventing themselves. Bones from a cave in North Africa reveal a skull with a high forehead and a face not unlike ours. Far to the east, in the rift valleys where the earth itself is busy with the work of creation, river sediments have preserved traces of people who lived 200,000 years ago and more. The genetic clock in our cells and the scattered testimony of fossil sites speak in the same register. By roughly 300,000 years ago, the creature that would call itself human, the one with our capacity for language, for collaboration, for restlessness, had appeared in Africa and begun to learn the possibilities of its mind. That mind had deep roots. For more than 1 million years before our arrival, earlier humans had carried stones and sharpened them into tools. On ancient floodplains in East Africa, one can still find the broad teardrops of hand axes, as elegant as a sculptor's vision. They are the work of hands, both clever and patient. The art of flint knapping demands a map of the stone inside the skull, a sense for the way force travels through mineral, and a habit of repeated practice at the edge of failure. This habit of making and improving is as old as the genus Homo. It was a school that ran for ages without a roof or a teacher's chalk, yet it taught a discipline that would one day turn over soils, raise walls, and propel ships. Fire entered the story and changed everything. There were natural fires long before any human was born. Lightning slashed dry grass and left charcoal smudges that drew animals to forage among the tender new shoots. At some uncertain moment, our ancestors learned to care for flame, and then to coax it to life. The campfire altered the clock of the day. It gave a movable sun to small bands of foragers, a focus for talk and shared meals. a circle of safety against the eyes that glowed at the margins of the night. Food itself was transformed. Cooking softened roots and seeds, made meat safer and easier to digest, and extended what a hungry family could eat. The heat dropped the burden on our guts and freed energy for another organ that was eager to grow. The brain expanded and demanded still more fuel, and the cycle of planning, cooking, and learning tightened the knot between our social life and our survival. What those early camps were like can be pieced together from the ashes and bones they left behind. The people moved with the seasons along routes they knew by heart. They carried babies, spears, digging sticks, baskets, and the hard lessons of the last lean month. They slept in windbreaks and in caves. They gathered tubers and seeds and honey. They hunted antelope and followed the migrations of larger game. They made adhesives from plant gums to fix stone tips to wooden shafts. They learned to grind pigments, to drill shell beads, and to save favorite pieces of stone for a long journey. They nursed the old and tended the injured, which means they had time for love and for patience. A hum that sounds like language rises faintly from these scenes. There are recipes to remember, stories to tell, jokes to play, and directions to share. There are plans that must be described, and there is a past that must be kept alive so that the children can one day find water where a stream hides beneath rock. The earliest unambiguous clues to symbolic thought are small and stubborn. In a cave along the southern coast of Africa, people gathered pieces of ochre. They ground the iron-rich mineral to a powder and used it to mark objects and perhaps skin. On a fragment of ochre, one can see a lattice of purposeful lines, a design with rules and intent. In nearby middens lie shells with tiny perforations that once allowed them to hang on sinew cords. A string of beads is not a spear. It does not fill a belly. It does not keep you warm. Yet the beads endured, which tells us that humans had a reason to make and to display them. The reason is social and imaginative. They may mark a clan or a lover or a ritual vow, but whatever they meant, they show a mind that invests material with meaning and sees the self reflected in what it makes. That mind is the ancestor of every mural, every law code, and every library to come. The land itself was an instructor. Africa's climates could be gracious or cruel, and their shifts forced innovation. Times of abundant rain spread lakes across basins that are salt flats today. Grasslands fat with game encouraged larger gatherings and feasts. Dry spells shattered those networks and scattered people to the margins. Over and over, the rhythm of plenty and scarcity urged people to take risk, to explore, to follow the coastline or a river farther than anyone had before. That pressure of change created one of the decisive events in our story. The sons and daughters of Africa began to leave. The first journeys out were not a march of conquest, but a trickle of experimenters who came and went for many generations. There were windows of climate that opened passages across the Sahara or along the Red Sea. There were cool periods that greened Arabia and turned wadi beds into reliable watercourses. People followed the edges of continents, gathered shellfish, and learned the rule that governs much of human history. If a path yields enough food and danger can be managed, someone will take it, tell a friend, and try again. That is the spirit that sends a scout around a headland, and that one day will push a ship across an unknown ocean. From Africa into Arabia, then to the shores of the Indian Ocean, families pushed east and north. They lingered in pockets where the land was kind. The trail seeded genes and stories and skills along its length. The stone-tool traditions shifted in step with the landscapes. In the Arabian Peninsula, The record shows points and blades that echo African techniques and also adapt to new prey and plants. As people moved along the coasts, they began to depend on tidal rhythms, on shellfish beds that renew with the moon, and on shallow water fish that can be trapped with baskets and wits. It is not too much to imagine grandmothers teaching the exact shape of a fish weir to a listening circle of children and handing down the best places to stand when the tide turns. In time, a remarkable thing happened. Our species met others. Europe and Western Asia had long been home to another kind of human. The people we call Neanderthals were stocky and strong. They had lived through many winters under low grey skies. They knew fire, stone, and hunting. They buried their dead on occasion and may have shared stories of the kind a long night asks for. When our wandering families came up through the Levant and beyond, they did not always fight. They did what humans do when they have time and proximity. They talked, they exchanged, they cooperated, they quarreled, and they had children. The evidence remains written in the chromosomes of many living people beyond Africa, where a small fraction of their DNA carries the memory of that meeting. In Asia, another cousin waited in mountain valleys and caves. Modern humans also encountered this shadowy lineage. Fragments of bone and teeth hint at them, and their genetic signature persists in people from parts of East and Southeast Asia and the Pacific. From these meetings, our species took not only children but also, perhaps, immune traits and adaptations that later proved useful at high altitudes or in cold climates. By 45,000 years ago, humans had entered Europe. They moved along river valleys and watched herds flow across open plains. In the winter they followed reindeer, and in the summer they watched salmon leaping upriver. Caves became cathedrals of memory. On limestone walls and domes, artists blew pigment around hands, sketched horses with lines that breathed, and painted lions and rhinos that none of their children would ever see. In those dark halls, the flicker of a torch turns a painted herd into something like a procession. This is not merely art for art's sake. It is a social act that connects the living to a shared past and a shared identity. The images may have been guides to hunt, or marks of spiritual gratitude, or prayers disguised as animals. Whatever the exact intention, the caves make a bold claim. Long before the first temple of stone, there were places set aside where humans enlarged themselves through story and symbol. Farther east, the most daring journey of the age was underway. To reach Australia, early people had to cross stretches of water that land bridges never fully closed. The distances varied with the breadth of the ice age, but even at low sea levels there was sea to be crossed. The solution required coordination and a plan, and it required confidence that what lay beyond the horizon was worth the risk. Rafts or simple boats carried families across channels between islands that now sit within Indonesia and New Guinea. By 65,000 years ago, there were people in Australia making stone tools and leaving traces in rock shelters where smoke-stained ceilings and handprints ripple along walls. Even the great flightless birds and the marsupials took note, if only by their footprints fading as human footprints multiplied. The Americas came later, though how much later is a story still being written. During the last glacial maximum, the northern oceans locked up vast volumes of water. This lowered sea levels and widened continental shelves. Across the far north of Asia and the far north of the Americas, a bridge of land was sometimes exposed. The region is not a narrow isthmus, but a broad, cold plain where herds could roam and people could rest. Families followed game into this gateway and waited for ice to retreat. When it did, pathways opened. Some traveled the length of the Pacific coast, skirting the sea in boats and collecting a fisherman's bounty. Others went inland when corridors between ice sheets softened and allowed the flow of life to return. In river valleys from the Yukon to the Mississippi, hunters and gatherers found a new theater for their old skills. They learned the habits of mammoth and bison, the cycles of salmon and berries, the ways of snow and drought. Where they paused, they left tools and hearths. Where they stayed a while, they left points so finely made that a modern Napa studies them with awe. Everywhere they went, humans adjusted their strategies but kept a familiar pattern. Small groups, usually kin, moved gently through a territory they considered theirs by knowledge and by care. They named places. They defended some and shared others. They exchanged gifts at meeting grounds and arranged marriages that braided one group to another. They built shelters from bone and hide on the steppe where treeless wastes demanded ingenuity. They learned to sew with needles carved from bone and awls sharpened to a shine. They wrapped themselves against wind with furs and wove grasses into mats and baskets. In colder latitudes, they fashioned lamps from stone and burned fat to widen the circle of warmth and light. A child who survived the first winters of life had already passed a test as demanding as any that civilization would later pose. We should pause here and face a difficult theme in our early history. When people arrived in places that had never known a human fire, the land began to change. Sometimes the change was subtle. The careful use of fire on a savanna maintained open woodlands and brought on new grasses. In other places, the change was severe. Large animals that had once browsed or hunted with little fear of primates learned too late that a coordinated group armed with throwing spears could be a novel and final threat. In Australia and on distant islands, a number of very large species disappear from the record not very long after people arrive. Climate swings certainly played a part in these extinctions, and the debate over causes is rightly cautious. Yet again and again the rhythm is the same. The arrival of people brings new fire regimes, new hunting pressures, and new patterns of predation that even giants cannot always absorb. This is part of our inheritance too. We carry the power to change a landscape simply by walking onto it and making ourselves at home. The technology of the hunt improved in ways that reflect a mind always tinkering. Wooden spears balanced to fly true are found in ancient lakeside sites in northern Europe. Stone-tipped spears leave their own record in the form of flakes and snapped points. Over time, people learned to carve spear throwers that lengthened the arm and gave a dart fearful velocity. They invented traps that worked while a hunter slept. They learned to drive herds into canyons and over low cliffs. They placed lines of stones that guide animals along the edge of what looks now like a natural corridor, but was in fact an engineered landscape. The prey were large, clever, and social. The hunters answered with tools and with cooperation. The kill was a communal event. The feast was a ritual that bound the group together and quieted hunger. It was also a time to honor the animal, to speak of its spirit, to apologize for the blood, and to promise that nothing would be wasted. Even in these early pages, trade reaches across surprising distances. Obsidian from a far volcano turns up on a shore where it does not belong. Shells from a warm sea appear far inland. A hunting group that meets strangers may parley, may swap a daughter for a basket of dried fish and the promise of kinship, and may exchange a treasured blade for a new recipe or a song. Knowledge itself is traded. A knot that keeps a point on a shaft during a long rain is worth as much as a fine pelt. A new way to wrap a baby against a mother's chest is as valuable as a season's worth of bone needles. Such exchanges do not leave signatures as obvious as a coin or a written contract, but they reshape lives in ways that any city would later recognize. This first portion of the human story culminates with a set of habits and skills that are already surprisingly complex. The people who walk beyond Africa and fill the continents bring with them a repertoire that looks familiar to the modern eye. They make camps according to a plan. They share food with a fairness that keeps the peace. They tell stories to bind a group that might otherwise split along the lines of stress and scarcity. They remember the path to a spring that never fails. They look after children who are helpless for a long time, which means they rely on grandparents and aunts and uncles and friends. They innovate and they copy. They learn and they teach. In all this, we can see the elements of community that will reappear when there are walls to raise and markets to set. The size of the group will expand, the stakes will rise, and the problems will grow more intricate. But the underlying skills of cooperation and foresight belong to this era. In the oldest villages that will one day form, people will say the spirits live in the hills. That belief is not born in a moment. It comes from a habit of listening. Early humans in the African night learned the speech of wind and hyena, the way a flock lifts at once, the crack that means a tree limb has found its final rest. They learned to read, weather, and the stubborn behavior of rivers. That attentiveness turned into ritual and myth. It is neither childish nor fanciful to see meaning in a sunrise after a cruel winter. It is a way of marking a promise. The return of light and warmth and abundance is a covenant with the living. This covenant will later be observed with offerings in temples and with calendars carved into stone. At the beginning, it is simply an understanding, held in common, that the world is full of patterns and that life depends on recognizing them. As the Ice Age wavered toward its end, the earth warmed unevenly. Glaciers retreated. Coasts crept inland and swallowed beaches where families had gathered shellfish for generations. Grasslands flourished into savannas and prairies. Forests climbed slopes that had been tundra. The animals shifted too. Some vanished. Others expanded into new ranges. Human groups responded with the flexibility that had always been their strength. They found new routes for seasonal rounds. They returned to lake edges and riverbanks where fish were reliable. They took advantage of stands of wild grasses that produced heavy seeds and patterned their movements around the moment when those seeds ripened. In a few places, whether by accident or by an old and patient curiosity, people scattered those seeds near camp and returned to find more of them. They observed that certain stands prospered when protected from grazing animals or fire. They began to store larger quantities of food and to build more durable shelters. In cave floors and in the dirt of seasonal camps there appears the first hint of greater permanence. The last great portrait of this era is not painted on a wall but carried in the body. A person from the late Ice Age would not be out of place in a crowd today. The difference is not in bones so much as in habits. The forager's day is active. It is a round of walking and gathering, of watching and waiting, of swift bursts of energy followed by stretches of stillness. It is a life as rich in knowledge as any professor's and as demanding as any athlete's. The mind that went to sleep under a roof of hide 2,000 generations ago is the mind that would later draft a charter, measure a field, and compose a hymn. We did not have to become different creatures to build cities. We had to learn to do together. In larger numbers, what we had always done in bands is less than number one. 3# is greater than. When we tell the story of civilization, we are not describing a rupture from this deep past. We are tracing a braid that descends into it. The first villages and the first farmers are already present in outline at a campfire on the edge of a lake where children fall asleep while elders talk. The line from chipped stone to chisel, and from chisel to stylus, and from stylus to type, is straight enough to draw with a finger in the dust. Even now, if you sit at a desk and look down at a page, you will see a hand that took 500,000 years to learn its craft. The rest of this history explores what that hand did when it found that seeds will answer care, when bricks will hold together with mud, when the surplus from a good harvest will roll forward into a plan for a wall, a road, a festival, and a god, is less than number 1. 3 is greater than. We end this first part at the threshold of that discovery. The seasons have stabilized just enough to make careful planning a workable strategy. People know which wild grasses will give them the most grain. They know where the water hides in a dry month. They have begun to store what they gather in pits and baskets that rest on ledges against mice and damp. They have settled for longer periods where fishing is good, where winter is less cruel, and where the soil promises a return if they pay attention. In many corners of the world, similar experiments are beginning. This is the prelude to the decisive change in the human condition. It will not be swift, and it will not be simple. It will bring blessings and curses in equal measure. It will answer one ancient fear and summon a chorus of new ones. But it will begin because people already possess the habits of foresight and cooperation that gave them a chance to try. The first cities rose, where water wrote a steady script across the land. Their skylines were not of stone alone, but of measured floods, of silt laid like annual pages, of canals that spread lifeblood into fields. In the valleys of the Tigris and Euphrates, the Nile, the Indus, and the Yellow River, communities learned that a river can be not only a path, but a planner. It tells you when to plant, where to build, and how much grain the next year might yield if you are diligent with the shovel and the ledger. In these places, there was at first nothing more than clustered houses and a season of plenty. In time, there were temples and granaries and courts, and then something new in the world. There was government with a memory. Mesopotamia, the land between rivers, offers the earliest clear view of this transformation. On the plains around Uruk, the city swelled behind walls and under the gaze of terraced temples. Clay tablets, still damp with history when they were unearthed, preserve the hum of administration. They list sheep and beer, brick rations and barley ode. The symbols begin as tallies and become words. Writing arrives not as a poem but as a counting. The reed stylus bites soft clay. A scribe dries a tablet in the sun, stacks it on a shelf, and invents bureaucracy. The Sumerians also fashioned small cylinders carved with images that glide across clay like a press. A seal rolls and leaves, a procession of gods and beasts that certifies an agreement. Urban life demanded a new arithmetic. The people of southern Mesopotamia elevated a number system based on 60. The choice seems arbitrary until one notices how readily 60 breaks into useful parts. The hour split into minutes, and the circle into degrees are distant echoes of the Sumerian office and workshop. Their calendars observed the wanderings of planets and the recurring moods of the moon because the timing of a canal gate and the division of a field both required dependable measures. In the steamy summer air, brickmakers mixed river mud and straw and stacked the bricks to dry. The walls of homes and temples rose from these ordinary units. The heroic architecture of the age grew from a patient attentiveness to dirt, water, and the sun. The first kings are difficult to see through the dust of story and praise. A ruler was at once general, judge, and head of a household that pretended to be the city itself. He was also a broker of peace between humans and the divine. Ziggurats, those tiered mountains of brick, were not houses for gods so much as stairways between realms, and the most skilled administrators were priests who knew when the river would retreat and how much grain the gods would accept in thanks. Yet power was both pious and practical. Canals had to be dredged, dikes had to be mended, fields had to be measured, and taxes calculated. When floods failed or came too strong, the king was blamed. When harvests were generous and trade caravans returned full, he was credited and names were carved in stone. Empire briefly fastened itself on the plain when a conqueror from Akkad took the cities into his keeping. Soldiers carried standards across the fields and over the passes. A daughter of the royal house would be sent to a temple in a once proud city to serve as priestess and to sow a new loyalty into old rituals. The experiment did not last. There is a cycle at work in this land. City-states thrive, then fear each other more than the common threat, then fall prey to one who promises unity. After victory, he learns that unity is a difficult animal to keep fed. In the wake of this lesson, Babylon rose along the Euphrates, and under one of its kings, a law code was engraved in stone. The stela shows the ruler receiving authority from a seated god. The rules themselves speak in simple imperatives about theft, false witness, injury, marriage, and debt. The scale of the punishments is hard, and the text reveals a world where status mattered, yet it also reveals a society that understood the value of consequence and precedent. In the absence of paper, the law had to be read in public and carried in memory. Power in Mesopotamia rode on water and was eroded by it. Irrigation brought abundance and also salt. Minerals accumulate when the sun drinks the water from a field and leaves the trace elements behind. Over time, that poison rises to a threshold. Grain yields decline, fields are abandoned. Farmers push canals farther to find new land that has not yet been whitened by salts. Climate could also turn the screw at the worst moment. A stubborn dry spell at the end of the 3rd millennium before the Common Era emptied storage jars and filled the road with migrants looking for work or grain or mercy. When drought met political fragility, cities cracked. Their walls still stood, but they could no longer explain themselves to the countryside that had made them possible. While temples shaded Mesopotamian squares, another river performed its own miracle further west. The Nile slides out of a long journey through Africa and narrows into a green corridor through desert. Every year its waters rise and spread and retreat, leaving a gift of silt that gleams like promise in the sun. Egypt knew 3 seasons. There was the time of flood, when fields slept under water. There was the time of emergence when wheat and barley gripped the new soil. There was the time of heat when harvests were stored and counted. This reliable clock set the rhythm of an entire civilization. The state did not have to build an intricate web of canals to coax water across a reluctant plain as in Mesopotamia. It had to plan storage and build granaries and keep faith with the people that the river would do next year what it had always done. The unification of Egypt, a fact carved on a stone pallet that shows a king wearing the crowns of both Upper and Lower Egypt, turned a river valley into a single instrument. A pharaoh was not an emperor in the later sense. He was the axis around which order spun. He wore the falcon of Horus and the crook and flail of protection and discipline. He was the nexus between the gods and the flood, and the people who worked the fields and ferried the boats that moved grain to the center. The Old Kingdom harnessed this ideology and the steady rise of wealth to create monuments that still arrest the eye and the imagination. On the Giza Plateau, blocks of stone the size of a small car were set with such precision that a carpenter would admire the joints. The remaining outer casing stones still show a polish that must have thrown sunlight like a signal. The alignment of the sides to the cardinal points and the care taken to calculate proportions speak to a knowledge of the sky and a love of exactitude. The pyramid was not built by slaves in chains, but by a conscripted labor force that rotated in from villages, fed and housed by the state, proud to be part of a project that promised eternity. Egypt wrote on papyrus and carved on granite. Hieroglyphs, a balance of picture and sound, could be as formal as a temple wall or as lively as a letter. Scribes trained in schools that were both bureaucratic academies and cultural conservatories. They copied tales, kept accounts, and carried the preferences of the palace to the edges of the valley. The state reached into quarries in the desert for stone, sent expeditions to the land of Punt for incense and ebony, and managed a shipping network that moved everything necessary for official projects. The concept Egyptians prized above all was a word that has no exact translation. It meant balance, justice, right order, and the truth about how the world should be. It was the task of a pharaoh to maintain this order through ritual and through the careful distribution of grain and privilege. The Nile helped by being a faithful partner in the contract between people and their gods. When the river failed or when factional strife broke the smooth line of authority, the valley remembered its fragility and tried again under a new house. Far to the east, in the basin of the Indus and its tributaries, a different urban experiment took shape. Harappa and Mohenjo-Daro appear in the archaeological record with a maturity that suggests a long apprenticeship now lost to rivers that wander and erase their own margins. What greets the visitor in these cities is not a tall temple or a king's stela, but a plan. Streets cross at right angles. Houses open onto lanes and share walls. Bricks keep a strict proportion, which means molds and standards and factories that produce at scale. Drains run along streets, fed by pipes from homes, and spill into sumps that could be cleaned. It is a city that takes sanitation seriously. The Great Bath at Mohenjo-Daro suggests civic ritual. It is a large tank sealed with bitumen, fed by a well, and ringed with rooms. The meaning of the water is disputed, but the care with which it was managed is clear. The Indus script marks seals and tablets. It remains unread, which makes this civilization tantalizingly quiet in its own voice. Yet the seals show animals and symbols that likely carried names and titles. Standardized weights and measures tell of merchants who needed fairness for commerce to flow. In a port at Lothal, a basin cut beside a river looks like a dockyard, a place for mooring boats in a controlled pool where loading and unloading would be predictable. Artisans carved carnelian beads with microscopic grooves, which means not only skilled hands, but also tools fine enough to cut the hard stone without shattering it. Trade with Mesopotamia is recorded in tablets that mention a distant place whose goods arrive by boat. The goods themselves tell a story. Shell, wood, cotton, and beads traveled west, while metal and grain moved in multiple directions. The Indus cities declined in a way that still invites debate. Rivers shifted courses. Floods took their toll, and perhaps so did drought. The countryside may have absorbed urban populations into smaller settlements when the great centers could no longer pay their way. There is little sign of grand destruction. It looks more like a slow unspooling of urban concentration in the face of environmental change. The lesson is familiar. Cities can be undone not only by war, but by water that leaves or arrives at the wrong time. The knowledge these people had accumulated did not vanish. It drained into later cultures, into crafts that continued, into patterns of settlement that turned in new directions. In the lands of the Yellow River, a different cadence is audible. The river brings more silt than any other major watercourse. It builds itself up in its own bed and then abruptly moves, a serpent that redraws maps in a night. The challenge to early farmers was not only irrigation, but the control of a river that could revolt without warning. Traditions speak of a leader who learned to tame floods not by forcing the river into a single path, but by cutting channels that gave it room to spread without destroying fields. Whether this story is legend or memory, the problem it describes is real and enduring. It fostered a political culture in which engineering was revered and in which a ruler's legitimacy could turn on his ability to manage water. By the time the early dynasties emerged, the people of the Central Plains were masters of bronze. The cast bronzes of the Shang are among the most accomplished in the ancient world. Ritual vessels carry designs of Tati masks that are both abstract and strange, as if the artists meant to capture a power that refuses to yield a single shape. In pits near Anyang, there are chariots and horses and human sacrifices arranged in careful tableaux. The vocabulary of rule and fear set in earth. On the shoulder blades of oxen and the plastrons of turtles, scribes carved questions and then cracked the bone with heat to read the answers. The questions are specific and human. Will rain fall? Will the king hunt successfully? Will the sickness in the tooth of the consort go away? The answers are uncertain, but the act is important. It is record-keeping in the service of divination, and it gave birth to writing that is recognizable as the ancestor of Chinese script. Taken together, these river worlds reveal a family resemblance along with striking differences. All four depended on the regular work of farmers and on stored surplus. All four learned that water is not generous without discipline. All four created offices and titles that turned personal authority into continuing institutions. All four wrote in order to remember and to persuade. Yet each made a civilization in its own image. Mesopotamia excelled at the ledger and at experiment in law and empire. Egypt perfected a theatrical and ethical vision of order that held a diverse land together through ritual and redistribution. The Indus cities presented a quiet civic order that raised cleanliness to a common good and seems to have kept hierarchy less flamboyant and perhaps more diffuse. Early China fused ritual mastery with technological confidence and made the management of nature a central theme in political life. We should also notice the ordinary brilliance that made these achievements possible. Farmers invented the yard and learned to hitch cattle to it. They recognized that a field grows tired and that a fallow year can restore it. They built granaries with ventilation to keep grain dry and edible through lean months. They measured land with ropes knotted at regular intervals. They created calendars that reconciled the moon with the sun. Breweries turned barley and emmer into beer that was both a wage and a safe drink. Bakers learned that a little leaven can change the chemistry of flour and water. Potters standardized shapes and sizes so that jars would fit on shelves and into carts without waste. Shepherds and goatherds moved flocks along seasonal routes and learned the precise day when a lamb would survive a journey. Trade wound through these systems like a second river. Along the Persian Gulf sailed boats with reed hulls sealed with bitumen, heavy with timber and copper from lands where forests and mines lay beyond the reach of the floodplains. Through mountain passes moved caravans that traded lapis lazuli for woolen cloth and tin for finished textiles. On the Nile, boats moved both upstream and down with the complementary gifts of current and wind. In the Indus and Saraswati basins, rowing crews and polemen nudged cargoes toward warehouses that kept careful accounts with tokens and later with marks on clay. In China, roads and tracks linked the plateaus and the plains and nourished a habit of tribute and exchange that would characterize politics for centuries. The city changed the human mind by making strangers into neighbors, streets force encounters. Markets reward trust more than cunning once you have to return to the same stall next week. Law grows out of the need to settle disputes without spilling blood in the alley. Temples become not only homes of gods, but banks and registries where promises are recorded and secured. Children learn that a city has a sound that is not the same as a village. There is the clack of sandals on baked earth and the shout of a fish seller. There is the thud of a mallet driving a beam home. There is the whistle of a reed flute, and in the distance the drum that announces a festival or a levee for canal work. The city is a classroom where people learn that cooperation with strangers is possible if rules and grain are reliable. The story of early river civilizations closes not with a single triumph, but with a paradox. The very successes that created abundance and monuments also created vulnerabilities. A larger population depends on fragile balances. A silted canal cuts yields. A decade of erratic rainfall drains reserves. A royal court that forgets the feel of mud on the shoes begins to believe that grain appears by decree. There are repairs to be made in every generation. When a city remembers this, it endures. When it forgets, it leaves behind a fine layer of dust and a riddle that later travelers will try to read. In the best moments, the memory of rivers guided human hands toward institutions that could survive the flood and the drought alike. Those hands now turn to an even more audacious experiment that would change diets, lifespans, and the very shape of the world. People would stop merely visiting fields. They would domesticate the field itself. The agricultural revolution was at hand. The age that followed the first cities was an age of scale. Kings who once ruled a single valley found themselves perched atop territories that ran to the horizon. Traders who had known only local fairs began to follow caravan trails from sea to plateau. Priests and philosophers stepped forward to ask not only how the river should be managed next spring, but how a person ought to live and how a society should order itself. Between roughly 1,200 years before the Common Era, the world stitched itself into larger fabrics and also turned inward to examine its conscience. Later, scholars would call it an axial age, a pivot when thought and power both lengthened their reach. On the Iranian plateau, a genius for organization and tolerance made an empire that astonished its neighbors. Cyrus, the king of a modest Persian tribe, overthrew his Median overlords and then moved outward with a sure and practiced hand. He took Babylon without destroying it and sent exiled communities home, including the people of Judah, who carried back memories and scriptures that would shape monotheism for centuries. The empire that followed under Darius and Xerxes ran from the Indus Valley to the Aegean shores. It was not held by garrisons alone. Darius divided it into satrapies, provinces with governors who could raise troops and collect taxes, but who were watched by royal inspectors, known tellingly as the eyes and the ears. A network of roads made the supervision believable. The royal road from Susa to Sardis placed relay stations at intervals so that a royal courier could cross continents in a span that once would have been a legend. Coinage steadied commerce. The gold daric and the silver siglos bore the image of a royal archer and made promises that merchants could trust. The court at Persepolis displayed stone reliefs of envoys bringing tribute from every corner of the realm. Carved on its stairways are embassies of garments and animals and gifts. A quiet argument that empire can be a council as well as a conquest. The Persians governed a chorus of languages by favoring a few for everyday use. Aramaic, already a trader's tongue, served as an administrative language from Egypt to Central Asia. Engineers spread underground channels known as qanats that brought water from foothills into arid fields, a patient technology that could outlast any dynasty. The state took seriously the lessons of scale. Redundant routes, standardized measures, regular audits, and a creed of royal justice all appear in the inscriptions. That creed itself carried an older religious flavor. In the teachings later called Zoroastrian, the world is a field of moral choice between truth and the lie. Fire altars burned clean flame to honor, order, and to dramatize the clarity of moral light. It is not difficult to see the appeal of such a faith to administrators who were forever sorting fraud from honest error and bribery from loyal service. To the west, along rocky coasts and among islands with more goats than grain, a different experiment in living together took hold. Greek city-states staked out small territories and asked their citizens to care about public life as a personal duty. Athens is the most famous example, not because it was always wise, but because it wrote down its arguments. In the 5th century before the Common Era, the Athenians paid jurors for their time, chose many offices by lottery to blunt the ambitions of aristocrats, and allowed any citizen to rise in the assembly and try to persuade his peers. The city also cultivated a theatre and a habit of self-examination. Tragedians asked what happens when pride oversteps law or when an inherited curse catches the innocent. Historians sat down to write about war without blaming everything on gods. The one who watched a plague waste the city insisted that a duty to truth would be his guide, and that he would not settle for the most convenient story. The Greek world grew under pressure and opportunity. The Persian kings tried to bring the Greek cities of the Aegean into their order. The result was a struggle that made fame for the Spartans at a narrow pass and for Athenian mariners on a crowded strait near Salamis. In victory, the Greeks were not at peace. They argued among themselves and fell into a long war that pitted agricultural Sparta against commercial and democratic Athens. In the end, both emerged exhausted. Into that vacuum came a king from the north who liked order and training, and who saw what the southern cities could do if welded together. His son, Alexander, inherited an army drilled to act as one, and a plan to cross into Asia. The speed of his campaign against Persia still startles. He swept through Anatolia, took Egypt, and founded a city where the Nile meets the sea, then marched into the old heartland of the empire, and finally kept going into the riverlands of the Indus. He died in Babylon before he was 33, leaving behind no plan for succession and dozens of cities named after himself. The aftermath was not chaos alone. The lands he conquered became the Hellenistic world, a chain of kingdoms in which Greek language and manners served as a common culture over local cores that remained very much themselves. In Alexandria, scholars worked in a library and a research institute that tried to gather all books under one roof and to pay men to think for a living. Euclid distilled geometry into axioms and proofs that still train the mind to reason carefully. Archimedes, born in Syracuse, wrote from a world in which mathematics and mechanics had begun to push against the limits of common sense. In the 2nd century before the Common Era, a librarian named Eratosthenes measured the earth with a stick, a well, and the angle of a shadow at noon. His answer was remarkably close to modern estimates, an achievement that rests on a spirit of confident empiricism that was this era's best gift to posterity. Across the Mediterranean, a different seafaring people had already stitched shorelines into a map of harbors and markets. The traders of Tyre and Sidon, and later Carthage, sailed with holds full of wine and pottery, and with knowledge of currents and winds that they did not share with rivals. They taught much of the world to write with an alphabetic script that could be learned by merchants and clerks who did not have the years to master hundreds of signs. Their purple dye stained the garments of the proud. Their sailors slipped beyond the pillars of Heracles and hugged the Atlantic coast of Africa in voyages that later generations would barely credit. The Greek cities learned and borrowed and feared from these neighbors as much as they fought them. Farther east, another set of polities was moving toward unity. On the Ganges plain, iron tools cut forests and opened new rice lands that supported larger populations. Small kingdoms arose and fell. Teachers moved among them and offered ways to live that did not depend on birth alone. In forests and in towns, seekers experimented with meditation and debate, and with the discipline of renouncing comfort for insight. Out of these conversations came distinctive schools of Indian thought and two new religions that rejected ritual sacrifice and the tyranny of caste. One urged a fierce gentleness toward all living beings and a path of self-discipline that makes harm impossible. The other, begun by a prince who saw through luxury to the ubiquity of suffering, offered a diagnosis and a set of practices that promised release from the cycle of craving and grief. The early communities that gathered around these teachings kept the words alive in memory and then in palm leaf manuscripts. They traveled along trade routes to Sri Lanka and across the passes into Central Asia. Politics kept its own rhythm. In the 4th century before the Common Era, a man from Magadha learned how to gather the nervous energy of many small states into one. He removed a corrupt line and placed himself on a throne that would oversee most of the subcontinent. His advisor wrote a book on statecraft that is still read with a shiver by people who know how power works. The empire that resulted was not primarily a banner of conquest. It was an administrative machine, proud of its roads, its tax registers, and its ability to feed armies and cities. Then came a moment of remorse that altered the moral vocabulary of rule. After a brutal war on the eastern coast, the emperor walked a battlefield covered with the dead and felt shame. He announced a conversion not only in faith, but in policy. Edicts carved on rock and on polished stone pillars advertised a different kind of imperial ambition. It was the ambition to spread an ethic of compassion, to treat prisoners and subjects with care, to limit slaughter in royal kitchens, to plant trees along roads and dig wells for travelers, and to send messengers of the Dharma to neighboring kings. The pillars carried animal capitals that married strength with calm. The script used in these proclamations, written in local tongues, would become a foundation for later Indian writing. In the north of China, the old feudal order of the Zhou had been unraveling for generations. Local lords had grown strong and had invited talent wherever they found it. Dozens of states competed with each other in a contest that refined weapons, taught logistical science, and rewarded clear thinking about strategy. The period is remembered for its brutality, but it also produced a remarkable conversation about how to live as a person and how to govern as a ruler. A teacher born in a small state walked from court to court offering advice that began with the family and with personal virtue. He insisted that ritual and learning were not decorations but the bones of a healthy society. Others argued that the world is a river of change that cannot be captured in rigid categories, and that the wise person works by not forcing. Another school insisted that law and punishment should be clear and impersonal, that rewards and penalties would do more for order than good intentions ever could. When one kingdom finally achieved the capacity to impose unity, it did so with this last philosophy near its heart. The conqueror took the title of 1st August Emperor and set about making many one. He ordered standard weights and measures, axle widths for carts, a common script, and a network of straight roads that allowed soldiers and couriers to move as if on a game board. To keep horsemen from the north at bay, he ordered the linking of older walls into long lines of earth and brick. He built a tomb that contained a shadow army of fired clay, every face distinct, standing ready for an afterlife of vigilance. He died young. His dynasty fell in a breath. Yet the institutions he forced into being endured in modified form and gave his successors the tools to govern a vast and diverse country. This age was not only about thrones and edicts. It was also about ideas that spread like pollen. The Hebrew prophets took the memory of a covenant and used it to critique the behavior of kings. They insisted that justice mattered more than sacrifice, and that widows and strangers could not be ignored without impiety. In Greece, thinkers argued about the ultimate stuff of the world and about the forms behind appearances. In India, sages speculated about the self and about a cosmic order that could be glimpsed in deep meditation and in acts of restraint. In China, masters and their students argued about the right relationship between ruler and subject, parent and child, friend and friend. These inquiries were not ivory tower amusements. They translated into codes of behavior, into methods of education, into legal reforms, and into the rhetoric of both rebels and emperors. Trade routes thickened into arteries that carried more than goods. Along them moved itinerant craftsmen, physicians, storytellers, and monks. Lydian innovators had struck small discs of precious metal that held a guarantee of value from a recognized authority. This invention spread until coins became passports that needed no interpreter. The Phoenician alphabet passed into Greek and added symbols for vowels, an improvement that made writing friendlier to speech and helped poetry and philosophy travel farther than the reach of any single voice. In India, new scripts took shape to carry royal proclamations and merchant accounts. In the courts of Hellenistic rulers, Greek could be heard alongside Egyptian and Aramaic and the languages of the highlands. A man with talent could make himself at home far from where he was born. Across continents, city life changed the intellectual economy. Libraries gathered papyrus rolls into private oceans of memory. Temples became schools and treasuries as much as houses of gods. Courts hired astronomers not only to cast horoscopes, but to plan calendars that could keep taxes and harvests in a better rhythm. Shipyards shaped hulls that could tack against the wind and carry heavier cargoes. Roads with packed foundations and way stations shortened the time needed to move an idea from one capital to another. None of this was inevitable. It depended on peace for long stretches and on a stubborn tolerance of difference. It also depended on taxes well used and on the belief that a distant ruler would keep to his word often enough to allow long-term plans. If this was an age of wisdom, it was also an age of consequences. The very scale that allowed empire to function made rebellions catastrophic when they came. A city that had learned to count on regular grain shipments could starve if a war cut a single route. A court that grew too pleased with its own refinements could sink under the weight of ceremony and forget the temper of the people on whom it depended. The flowering of thought sometimes provoked reaction. Books were burned because they undermined the magistrate. Philosophers were distrusted because they asked for evidence. Prophets were treated as scolds because they aimed their words at the comfortable. Even so, the gains outweighed the losses. The frameworks of ethics and governance built in this period proved durable. Later, ages would return to them when crises demanded a vocabulary for reform. By the end of the 3rd century before the Common Era, the map of the Old World had been redrawn. In the East, unity would soon be restored under a line that adopted a gentler mix of law and learning. In India, the lessons of remorse and administration would filter into local kingdoms and into trade that reached farther than any single empire dared. Around the Mediterranean, a city not yet at the center of the stage was learning to administer conquered lands and to turn allies into subjects. The world had learned to move information with coins and letters and roads. It had learned to think about virtue and law with a seriousness that made citizens and kings self-aware. It had learned that diversity need not end in destruction. The next chapters would show how these insights could sustain even larger political organisms and how they could fail with a thunder that shook continents. The classical world came of age on 2 great stages that scarcely knew one another by sight, yet shaped one another by rumor and trade. Around the Mediterranean, a republic turned empire learned to make law travel as easily as legions, while in East Asia, a dynasty forged from civil war built a state whose mandarins could rule by ritual as well as by command. Between them stretched deserts and mountains, and a braid of caravan tracks that carried silk, glass, beliefs, and plagues. The period from roughly 200 years before the Common Era to 300 years into it is a tale of consolidation and reach, of cities that became magnets for wealth and for strangers, and of rulers who tried to turn victory into order. Rome entered this age with a scar across its memory and a taste for expansion. The Punic Wars had ended with the ashes of Carthage, and with Rome in possession of grain-rich Africa and the trade routes of the Western Sea. The republic that had conquered was already straining under victories. Generals returned with armies loyal to their persons rather than to the Senate. Wealth pooled in the hands of a few families. Grain from the provinces undercut small Italian farmers and drove them into the city. Reforms proposed by the brothers who tried to rescue the common people ended in their deaths and in a warning that the old balance could no longer hold. Civil war followed. A soldier of genius crossed a small river in northern Italy and made himself master of Rome, and his enemies answered with murder in a public place. The result was not a reborn republic, but another war that produced a young victor with a patient mind and a gift for ceremony. He called himself the favored one of fortune, accepted powers from the Senate, and presented his rule as a restoration rather than a revolution. With him, the imperial system began. What he built lasted because it was dull when it needed to be. He regularized the pay and terms of soldiers and kept the legions at the frontiers where they guarded provinces instead of intimidating senators. He conducted a census, tightened taxation, and trusted equestrian officials with the routine of empire. He adorned the city with marble, sponsored poets who polished a national story, and claimed that he had found a city of brick and left it of stone. The period that followed is remembered as a Roman peace. This did not mean there were no wars. There were campaigns in Spain and along the Danube. There were armies in Armenia watching the rival power to the east. And there were disasters such as the day when 3 legions vanished in a forest of towering oaks. Yet for 2 centuries, the Mediterranean basin enjoyed a level of security and predictability that allowed trade, law, and local pride to flourish. Roman rule worked by a choreography of incentives. Cities were encouraged to govern themselves and to compete in the building of baths, theaters, and forums. Local elites found a path to honor by serving in municipal councils and by spending their fortunes on public works. Provincial governors were supervised more closely than in the days when a senatorial season abroad could make a man rich. Roads were laid with a seriousness that still shows on their foundations. Couriers could carry orders at a speed that surprised outsiders, and in the capital, a bureaucratic memory grew in the form of archives and legal commentary. The law itself evolved from a collection of precedents into a profession. Jurists distilled principles that would live in monasteries and chancelleries long after the Western Empire fell. Engineers pushed water across miles on aqueducts that kept a metropolis of perhaps 1 million souls supplied with baths and fountains. There was a cost for this marvel of order. Slavery was woven into every market and home. Estates in Sicily and Africa and Italy were worked by people who had no recourse to law except what a master allowed. Urban life depended on shipments of grain and on an imperial dole that kept the poor fed and the streets quiet. Spectacles were provided in amphitheaters to manage boredom and anger as much as to celebrate civic spirit. The empire was also vulnerable to the mathematics of disease. When soldiers marching home from the east carried a fever that none had seen before, the illness raced along the very routes that made prosperity possible. The Antonine Plague sickened the army and thinned the population, and from then on, emperors could no longer assume that the next campaign would be supplied without strain. To the east, the Han dynasty matched Rome in size, ambition, and administrative skill. It rose from the ruins of a short and brutal unification, when a conqueror had tried to remake society by decree and terror, and then died young. the founder of Han won his throne with a mixture of luck and peasant common sense. He kept the centralization that had made the earlier unifier so formidable but softened its edges. He gave the language of the state a Confucian tone that praised ritual, filial duty, and learning. And he kept practical minds in charge of fields and granaries. Under a long-lived emperor who took office as a teenager and spent his reign on the move, the dynasty turned outward. Armies broke the power of steppe confederations on some fronts and negotiated on others. A gifted envoy taken captive by nomads and later released brought back reports of kingdoms far to the west, where tall horses were bred. Those reports led to alliances, to trade in foraged jade and silk for horses and glass, and to a chain of protectorates whose names appear in inscriptions and in the biographies of Chinese commanders who died on marches that ended near deserts. The Han state prized information. Officials copied records carefully and sent reports on harvests and prices that allowed ministers to stabilize markets by buying grain when it was cheap and selling when it was dear. A national currency in bronze moved from hand to hand, the square hole in each coin making it easy to string them for transport. Innovation came in unassuming forms. A courtier taught that mulberry bark can be beaten into a sheet that will take ink, and a craft that began as an imperial secret would one day transform the memory of the world. A scholar with a mind for the sky built an instrument that could feel the far trembling of an earthquake and ring a bell that named the direction of the shock. Farmers adopted iron plows with curved moldboards and a harness that spared a horse the choking press of earlier straps. These were improvements that did not ask for monuments, but that fed the state and the people more reliably. Han culture knew the value of history and the danger that comes with telling it. A court historian who wrote a universal history of the world known to him paid a personal price for defending a disgraced general. He endured humiliation and continued to write, and the book that came from his endurance set a standard for narrative and judgment that later historians would imitate. In the cities of the interior, merchants trafficked in salt and iron and silk and wrote letters that survive in scraps, in which prices are compared and risks calculated. At the court, there was a famous debate over whether the state should monopolize key commodities to control supply and finance frontier defense, or whether private merchants would do the work more efficiently. The arguments for and against state enterprise are frank and sophisticated, and could be read in a modern ministry without seeming quaint. The worlds of Rome and Han touched through intermediaries. Between them stood the Parthian Empire on the Iranian plateau. It was a cavalry power that learned how to feign retreat and then turn in the saddle to shoot, a trick that once shattered a Roman army sent too far into unfamiliar country. Parthian kings controlled the central stretches of the caravan routes and introduced their own coinage and art that mixed Hellenistic and local motifs. Later, the line would be replaced by a dynasty that reclaimed the name of ancient Persia, revived royal ceremony carved into mountain walls, and fought a more even contest with Rome for Armenia and Mesopotamia. To the south, across the Red Sea and the Arabian waters, sailors learned the languages of the monsoon. A pilot from the Greek world described to his peers the pattern of the winds and the anchorages that could be trusted along the coast to India. Roman merchants began to sail directly from Egyptian ports to western India, bringing wine and silver and returning with pepper, gems, and fine cottons. In Indian harbors near lagoons that silted up long ago, broken amphorae lie beside local wares, a quiet witness to a time when cargo moved with the seasons. In the oasis cities of Petra and Palmyra, traders carved homes into rock and planted palms where camels could rest. The tolls they paid enriched local kings and built temples whose facades still confound the desert light. Ideas joined the traffic. Buddhism moved north and west with artisans and monks, And in the reign of a Kushan king who cherished debate, the faith found a patron who sponsored councils and monasteries. In the Mediterranean, Greek schools of thought continued to teach logic and physics and ethics, while new religious movements preached salvation and community to people who found the old civic cults too thin. Jews who had lost their temple in a rebellion found a new center in law and learning, and began to build a diaspora identity that could survive without a homeland. The followers of a teacher from Galilee gathered in homes and in marketplaces and in burial chambers, praying and sharing meals and carrying stories along roads first built for soldiers. The Roman state treated them in fits, sometimes tolerating, sometimes punishing, depending on the mood of emperors and the temper of crowds. Daily life in the classical world was a lesson in contrasts. Rome sat on 7 hills and drew water along arches that still cast shadows across modern streets. Bakers rose in the dark to feed a city. And in the afternoon, citizens soaked in baths, where business and gossip were as warm as the water. In North Africa, the refounded city on the Tunisian coast grew into a jewel of theaters and libraries, and shipped grain north so that the capital would not starve. In Asia Minor, cities with proud origins under Greek colonists reinvented themselves as Roman and added Latin inscriptions to their Greek stoas. In China, the capital at Chang'an was a planned city with markets that were regulated with the same care given to imperial examinations of later centuries. Couriers rode fresh horses from relay stations along straight roads lined with shade trees. At the frontier, farmers planted in military colonies and lived with one eye on the horizon. The age ends in shadows. In Rome, the line of the adoptive emperors gave way to a period of erratic rule and to a crisis that lasted for decades. Armies made and unmade emperors at a pace that terrified provincial elites. Invasions pressed on the Rhine and Danube, while in the east, a revived Persia captured a Roman emperor and displayed him as a trophy. Coinage was debased, and prices spiraled. The city of Rome built a new wall, for the first time in centuries, because an emperor understood that he could no longer rely on distant legions to keep danger at a respectful distance. Out of the chaos came reformers who were not poets but organizers. One of them reorganized the provinces, tied soldiers more closely to their districts, and tried to tame inflation by decree. He tried to share power among colleagues, so that the empire would no longer have a single point of failure. He also persecuted Christians with a severity that damaged both conscience and stability. The recovery he began would prepare the way for a new religious settlement in the next century. In China, the pattern was different, but the destination the same. Court politics turned poisonous as palace eunuchs and scholar officials struggled for influence. Regional magnates raised private armies. A charismatic religious movement launched a revolt in the eastern provinces that bled the state for years. When the dynasty finally fell, the land fractured into 3 kingdoms that each claimed legitimacy and hunted for talent in a time of exhaustion. Yet even in division, habits born under Han endured. The language of government remained Confucian. Records were kept with care. Agriculture continued to improve. Scholars kept writing, and inventors kept building small devices that eased daily work. The classical world gave to later ages more than monuments. It demonstrated that law could become a skeleton for empire, and that bureaucracy could be a public service rather than a private enrichment scheme. It showed how trade can knit strangers into a single conversation, and it warned that prosperity carries the seeds of fragility. From Spain to the Yellow River, the people of this age learned to live in cities of unprecedented size, to tolerate neighbors with alien customs, and to judge rulers by their ability to maintain roads, granaries, and peace. The experiment did not end when emperors failed. It changed its terms and moved forward into new forms that we will now follow. By the 4th century, the classical world had learned to live at scale. Rome's aqueducts still threw water into a city of 1 million. Legions walked roads that carried law and taxes in both directions. And in the east, a resilient empire of Greek speech sat behind the high walls of Constantinople. In China, a scholar's brush and a general's banner could still command farms and markets from the Yellow River to the Southland. Yet under the polished surface, something shifted. New peoples rode in from steppe and forest. Faiths that began at the margins became central. The old instruments of empire were tested by famine, epidemic, and the brutal arithmetic of frontier war. In the space of 3 centuries, the world did not collapse so much as molt. The shell of Rome cracked in the west. In the east, an imperial culture refashioned itself. Across Asia, other civilizations adjusted to pressure and found fresh voice. The critical tremor came first in the Roman Balkans. On a late summer day in 378 near Adrianople, Eastern field armies met Gothic fighters who had been allowed across the Danube as refugees from the Huns. Mismanaged and abused, they rebelled. The battle ended with a Roman emperor dead on the field and with a lesson that could not be ignored. Heavy infantry had dominated Mediterranean war for centuries. Against mobile horse archers and flexible Gothic infantry, discipline and courage were not enough. The empire adjusted as best it could. It recruited federate troops under their own leaders and sought a new equilibrium between citizen legions and allied contingents. When Theodosius died in 395, the administrative split between an eastern realm, ruled from Constantinople, and a western one, ruled from Italy, hardened into habit. The West proved brittle. The economy of Italy and Gaul had long been woven to African grain and Spanish mines. When frontier breakdowns interrupted these flows, towns shrank and aristocrats withdrew to fortified villas. In 410, a Gothic king with an honorable Roman past entered Rome itself and permitted his men to plunder for 3 days. The shock was spiritual more than material. The old city still had symbolic gravity, and the sack felt like a verdict on a way of life. Philosophers and bishops wrote explanations. One argued that Rome was never promised an earthly eternity, and that Christians should pin their hopes elsewhere. It was a work of consolation, and also a manifesto for a new order in which the Church would speak to emperors and to the poor with equal authority. In 451, a confederation under a king from the Hungarian plain pushed into Gaul, where a mixed Roman and barbarian army stopped them near a small town on the Catalonian fields. 2 years later, the same leader died suddenly after a wedding, and his confederation unraveled with a speed that only charisma could explain. In 455, the Vandals, masters of North African coasts and of fast ships, sailed up the Tiber and looted Rome in a more methodical fashion than the Goths had. The Western imperial title became a bargaining chip in the hands of generals. In 476, a soldier of German birth deposed a boy who called himself emperor and sent the imperial regalia east for safekeeping. The West had not so much fallen as evaporated into a mosaic of successor kingdoms. Goths ruled in Italy and Spain. Franks, under a young warlord who chose the bishop's god as his own, spread from the north. In Britain, the last legions had long since departed, and local leaders stitched together protection as best they could, while newcomers from across the North Sea built their own small polities. The East endured because it had money, walls, and a political culture that prized continuity. Constantinople sat on a peninsula, with water on 3 sides and a line of fortifications on the 4th that had been lengthened and reinforced after a devastating earthquake. Within the city, Latin titles survived, but Greek was the language of public life. Tax officials kept stubborn records, and the state managed the price of bread by controlling shipments from Egypt. The court preserved a Roman idea of sovereignty, yet it also sponsored icons and hymns and defined itself as Christian in a way the old capital never had. In the 6th century, a provincial-born soldier rose to the highest office and, with an equally formidable wife, tried to give the empire back its old scope. Justinian's ambitions were grand. He reconquered North Africa from the Vandals in a campaign so brief and brilliant that generals still puzzle over it. He sent trusted officers to Italy, where they fought a brutal generation-long struggle against Goths that ended with the peninsula in imperial hands, but emptied of many people and much wealth. He ordered architects to raise a church on the old Acropolis of the city that would make visitors catch their breath. They built a dome that seemed to float on a ring of light, supported by forms no one had seen before at such scale. When the emperor entered on the day of consecration, he is said to have cried out that he had outdone Solomon. He also ordered the jurists to rake ancient laws and opinions into a coherent code. The result was a body of civil law that would feed courts in Europe for 1,000 years. Yet even an emperor cannot bargain with microbes. In 541, merchants brought plague on grain ships from Egypt. The pestilence reached Constantinople in the spring. Corpses burned on islands in the Bosporus. Tax registers recorded missing taxpayers on a scale not seen in memory. The army starved of recruits. The state staggered and would never again be quite so confident. On the empire's eastern border, an old rival had found a new voice. The Sasanian kings in Ctesiphon saw themselves as heirs of Achaemenid glory and champions of a faith that loved order and sacred fire. They fought Rome for Armenia and Mesopotamia with an even hand, and made their own capital a place of gardens and learned astronomy. They built vaulted palaces whose great halls opened like mouths toward the river. In the marshes of southern Iraq and in the Syrian steppe, Arab clients fought on both sides as buffers and scouts. Through these lands passed caravans loaded with silk from the Far East, with perfumes and spices from the Indian Ocean, and with silver plate beaten into designs that moved between Persian, Roman, and local styles. To the south of these wars, a different momentum gathered. The kingdom of Aksum in the Ethiopian highlands minted gold and copper coins with inscriptions that first honored the old gods and then, in the 4th century, announced the new faith they had chosen. Aksumite rulers traded across the Red Sea, dealt with Roman and Persian factions, and sent armies into Yemen when a Jewish ruling house there menaced Christian communities and control of the strait. The conversion of Nubian kingdoms upriver from Egypt in the 6th century completed a Christian arc along the Nile that would endure for a millennium. In West Africa, camel caravans began to move across the Sahara in greater numbers, guided by Berber expertise and bound for markets where salt and gold changed hands. The first outlines of the Sahelian kingdoms can be glimpsed in this traffic. In India, the Gupta era flowered into a culture so assured that later ages remembered it as a golden age. Kings in Pataliputra and Ujjain were patrons of Sanskrit drama and of poetry that turned the seasons into metaphors for human desire. Mathematicians in the 5th century wrote careful treatises that used a placeholder for nothing and explained the movements of planets with a confidence born of observation and calculation. Monastic universities gathered students in brick-built compounds where libraries of palm leaf texts were copied and debated. The empire did not last. A confederation of steppe and mountain peoples pressed in from the northwest, and by the mid-6th century, the Guptas controlled little beyond their core lands. Yet the habits of thought and art created in those centuries spread to the south and east and would outlive dynasties. Across the mountains in China, the centuries after the fall of Han look at first like a long winter. Courts rose and fell with alarming speed. Yet those who lived in the north and south were not idle. Northern rulers adopted Chinese titles and institutions, even as they preserved steppe skills in horse and bow. They discovered that iron plows and land reform could make peasantries loyal and productive. The Northern Way began to settle families on registered plots and turned tax and labor into knowable quantities. They also carved cave temples into cliffs at Yungang and Longmen, where colossal Buddhas sit among clouds of smaller figures, and where traveled artists blended Indian and Chinese styles into something new. In the south, scholars turned gardens into academies and refined poetry that played with tone and image. Monks carried sutras along the Silk Road and translated them in cities, where merchants bought Sogdian textiles and Chinese lacquerware with equal delight. In Korea, 3 kingdoms competed and absorbed Chinese culture while making it their own. In Japan, a line of chiefs with burial mounds the size of small hills began to build a central court that would later welcome the Buddha's teaching and its art. Religious life everywhere deepened. Christian monasticism began in the deserts of Egypt, where a young man named Antony heard a sermon and decided to test himself against solitude. Others followed, first as hermits, and then in communities with rules and work schedules. From the Nile, the monastic habit traveled to Syria, Cappadocia, and Italy. In a valley south of Rome, a former student of rhetoric wrote a rule for monks that balanced prayer, reading, and labor, with an eye to the frailty of human nature. His small treatise would become the backbone of Western monastic life. In these houses, librarians copied texts that might otherwise have vanished in war and neglect. They planted vineyards and taught new farming methods to peasant neighbors who had never seen a plowshare mend at a monastery forge. In the Americas, far from the Mediterranean crisis, civilizations had their own cycles. In central Mexico, the city later called Teotihuacan spread across a valley with broad avenues and pyramids that drew pilgrims and tribute. Its workshops turned out obsidian blades that found their way far south. In the Maya lowlands, inscriptions bloomed on stelae that recorded accessions, wars, and ball games under a sky that their astronomers mapped with extraordinary care. On the coast of Peru, artisans wove cloth as fine as a whisper and drew immense lines in the desert whose purpose still invites debate. These worlds did not touch Eurasia, yet they developed city life, record-keeping, and complex calendars in parallel to the Old World's struggles. The late 6th century closed with 2 signs of the world to come. In 572, silkworm eggs hidden in walking staffs were carried from Central Asia to the Byzantine court by monks who had learned the craft in faraway monasteries. Silk production began in imperial workshops, breaking a centuries-old Chinese monopoly and changing the economics of luxury in the Mediterranean. And in the towns of Western Arabia, traders and poets gathered at markets where caravans paused between Yemen and Syria. They worshipped many gods and kept tribal codes of honor. They lived beside Jewish and Christian communities in an ecology of belief that prided itself on eloquence. On the edge of the 6th and 7th centuries, a new voice would speak in that world. Within a lifetime, this voice would alter the political map from the Atlantic to the Indus, and would offer a moral vision that still shapes hearts and law. The age of fall and transformation proves that institutions can weaken while culture adapts, and that disaster can coexist with invention. Rome in the West yielded to kingdoms that learned to farm and to pray in new ways, while the East recast Roman statecraft to serve a Christian society. Along the old Persian frontier, 2 empires bruised each other into exhaustion, and thereby opened the door to riders no one had counted on. India and China reorganized their intellectual lives and their economies after invasions and civil wars. Monks and merchants connected distant places with a new intensity. Even plague could not halt the human appetite for order and meaning. The next chapter will open with a fresh power rising from the desert, with new routes of trade across sea and steppe, and with a medieval world that learned to live by a larger calendar. At the turn of the 7th century, the old world of Rome and Persia was tired from long war, yet its roads still ran straight, and its cities still held their markets. Into this exhausted landscape came a new voice from the Arabian deserts. On trading routes where caravans paused at wells and poets competed in verse, the message of Islam gathered followers with a clarity that made law, devotion, and community into a single command. Within a generation of the Prophet's death, the armies of the Rashidun caliphs carried that message to Damascus, Jerusalem, Alexandria, and Ctesiphon. The Sasanian Empire fell with startling speed, its fire temples dimmed and its court scattered. The Byzantine Empire lost provinces, but not its heart. A new map emerged in which the southern and eastern shores of the Mediterranean spoke Arabic and read a new scripture, while the Christian Empire of the Greeks drew breath behind stout walls on the Bosporus. The first Islamic dynasty ruled from Damascus. The Umayyad court learned to manage an empire that stretched from the Atlas to the Indus. They minted gold dinars and silver dirhams that traveled faster than dispatch riders, and they kept local elites in place so that taxes continued to flow. The Arabic language became both a liturgy and an administrative tool. In the far west, Berber horsemen and Arab commanders crossed into Iberia in the year 711, won a battle on a river near a Roman bridge, and in a few years reached the Pyrenees. The advance stopped only when Frankish nobles rallied north of those mountains. In the east, garrisons along the Oxus River watched steppe horsemen and kept trade routes open to the oases of Transoxiana. In 750, a revolution replaced the Umayyads with the Abbasids and moved the center of gravity to Baghdad. The new capital took shape in circles, a planned city where palaces glowed with stucco and tile, and where canals fed gardens of pomegranates and palms. Here the rulers sponsored a house of wisdom that welcomed translators and scholars from many traditions. From Greek shelves came Aristotle and Galen. From India came treatises on numbers and astronomy. Papermaking, a Chinese art carried west after a battle on a Central Asian river in the mid-8th century, gave scribes a cheaper surface than parchment, and multiplied books beyond the capacity of sheep and goats. Algebra began to take familiar form in the work of a court astronomer who wrote clearly about the reduction and balance of equations. Physicians described smallpox and measles with clinical calm. Astronomers charted the motions of the heavens for piety and for navigation. At the same time, jurists argued meticulously over the duties of believers, while poets filled evenings with love, lyrics, and cutting satire. The caliphate was a school as well as a state. The Abbasid reach could not be everywhere at once. On the far edge of the old Umayyad world, a survivor found refuge in Iberia and built an emirate at Cordoba that would later claim the caliphal title in its own right. The city filled with light filtered through lattice and carved stone. Water ran through gardens where oranges and figs held their green even in drought. The great mosque grew from a forest of columns and a roof of extraordinary refinement. Scholars there wrote in Arabic about Aristotle and about the proper uses of memory, and craftsmen inlaid ivory with wonder. Farther east, provincial governors and new dynasties in Khorasan, Samanid Bukhara, and Safarid Sistan proved that the Islamic world could hold multitudes of languages and loyalties beneath the dome of a shared faith. The Byzantine Empire survived because it was hard to kill. The emperor Heraclius had staggered from war with Persia, yet the capital still stood on a peninsula cut by sea and shielded by massive walls. When an Arab army and fleet tried to ring Constantinople in the early 8th century, a secret weapon saved the city. Greek fire, a burning liquid that clung to wood and water alike, poured from bronze mouths and set ships aflame at close quarters. The empire reorganized its provinces into military districts that could raise troops locally, a theme system that linked landholding to service and turned farmers into guardians. Court and clergy wrestled with the place of images in worship, and for a time the state condemned icons, then later restored them with ceremony that proclaimed the triumph of the true image. These disputes were not mere quarrels over art. They were struggles over authority and over the boundary between the sacred and the imperial. In the Latin West, new kingdoms learned to govern in the shadow of a missing empire. The Frankish realm grew under a family of mayors who became kings, and then under a ruler who understood that power needs form. Charles, called the Great by his admirers and enemies alike, rode from the Pyrenees to the Elbe and from Lombardy to the North Sea. He fought Saxons with missionary and sword, blinked at an elephant gifted by the Caliph in distant Baghdad, and hosted scholars who taught him to prize books more than booty. On a winter day in the year 800, he prayed in the old basilica at Rome and rose from his knees to find a crown on his head. The title that the Pope announced rekindled an ancient word and offered a new bargain. In return for protection, the Church would bless a king as emperor. The Carolingian court then set about the slower work of instruction. Alcuin of York led a program that stocked monasteries with correct texts, trained scribes to write in a clear hand, now called minuscule, and insisted that bishops and counts learn enough Latin to administer without confusion. This was not a golden age, but a repair shop. It brought order to a world that had allowed basic knowledge to fray. The repair was interrupted by sails on every horizon. From Scandinavian fjords, long ships shot like fish across dark water. The Vikings were raiders when it suited them, and traders when it paid better. They struck monasteries along the North Sea, then learned the navigable rivers and reached Paris, Seville, and Kiev. It was said they could carry their craft over a portage and appear where no one expected a keel. They founded a winter market at a bend in the Dnieper, sent furs and slaves south to the Black Sea, and brought back silver dirhams stamped with Arabic script. Some took service as guards in the Byzantine palace, where their height and steadiness pleased emperors. Others settled. A chieftain accepted land at the mouth of the Seine and promised to keep other Norsemen away. In the far north, they peopled Iceland with farmers and poets. Eric the Red sailed west to a coast he named for its color, and his son pushed farther to a place of grapes and timber, where their camp did not last, but their rumor did. At the same time, new waves of steppe riders pressed into Central Europe. Magyar horsemen brushed the Alps and tested Italian defenses, until defeats and land grants drew them into a more settled life on the Middle Danube. In the British Isles, missionaries and kings wrote another chapter. Irish monks had already sailed slim curraghs into difficult seas to found remote houses of prayer. In Northumbria, scholars made a monastery at Jarrow into a lighthouse for learning. A patient monk named Bede wrote a history of the English people that tried to measure time accurately and to sift miracle from evidence. His book became a model of sober storytelling. The patchwork of Anglo-Saxon kingdoms fought and married and prayed until a series of Danish invasions forced them to cooperate. Alfred of Wessex, who loved books and built ships, fashioned a defense of burghs and musters that saved his people and left them a state. Across Africa and Asia there was similar ferment. In West Africa, caravans walked the Sahara with camel bells that sounded like distant thunder. Salt cut from northern mines moved south and met gold that rivers revealed in forested zones. The kingdom we call Ghana, centered between the Senegal and Niger, controlled routes and taxed caravans. Its kings sat in courts that visitors describe with respect, surrounded by drums and spears and the glitter of metalwork. To the east, the old kingdom of Axum had faded, but new Christian polities along the Nile in Nubia raised cathedrals and painted saints in robes of blue and red. Along the Swahili coast, small towns began to speak a new language born of Bantu speech and Arab trade, and coral stone houses rose above beaches where dhows waited for the monsoon. In India, the political map fragmented, yet culture refused to slow. In the northeast, the Pala kings patronized the great monastic university of Nalanda, where courtyards full of cells opened onto libraries of palm leaf books, and where monks debated logic and doctrine with a seriousness that impressed Chinese pilgrims. In the south, temple builders lifted towers above villages and carved stories in stone that taught the faithful even if they could not read. Chola fleets would later crowd the Indian Ocean, but already Tamil merchants were sailing to Sri Lanka and to ports in the Malay world. In Southeast Asia, a maritime power called Srivijaya made a capital in Sumatra and taxed ships passing through narrow straits. In Java, craftsmen built a mountain of stone called Borobudur, a mandala set in terraces where pilgrims walked paths of narrative reliefs that begin in this world and end in a vision of release. In China, the Tang dynasty gave East Asia a century of confidence and beauty. The capital at Chang'an was a planned grid with markets, foreign quarters, and gates that closed at night to keep order. Poetry became a public art. Men who passed examinations in the classics and in verse could hope for office, and even emperors tried their hand at lines that court scribes preserved. A Buddhist monk named Xuanzang defied a border ban and walked to India to study, then returned with cartloads of scriptures that he translated with a team in a monastery that hummed like a printing house, long before woodblocks spread texts by the thousand. The court allowed religions to compete for influence, and then, after a terrible rebellion that shook the empire in the year 755, grew wary of monasteries that owned too much land and of abbots who commanded too many men. Even so, the Chinese gift to the age remained generosity of culture. Engineers made porcelain that rang like a bell when struck. Printers carved texts in blocks and taught the hand to trust the eye. Tea became a habit for both monks and soldiers. The arts flowed into Korea, where Silla united the peninsula and raised temple caves at Seokguram, and into Japan, where the court moved to a new capital at Heian and refined a style that valued line, scent, and the layered beauty of the seasons. The religious imagination everywhere sought new forms. In the Islamic world, mystics listened for God in silence and motion, and jurists turned prophetic example into systems that could govern trade and inheritance with fairness. In Christendom, monks carried the gospel into forests and bogs, and also carried back timber and peat, and the skills of classroom and workshop to people who had never seen a book. Missionaries from Thessalonica learned the speech of Slavs, made letters to fit it, and translated scripture so that new Christians could pray in their mother tongue. In Kiev, the Grand Prince accepted baptism with a calculation that sent Byzantine builders and singers up the Dnieper and bathed the trading city in a liturgy that married commerce with splendor. The economy of the early Middle Ages was humbler than that of Rome, but more resilient than legend admits. Fields lengthened under the ard and the heavy plough in northern soils. Oxen and horses pulled with improved harness. Villages moved outward from old Roman walls into clearings and river bends where mills turned grain into flour with tireless force. Manors organized labor and rent with a steadiness that can look oppressive from a distance. Yet within their orbit, peasants negotiated rights, defended commons, and built customs that tempered lordly ambition. Markets revived where roads crossed, and silver from Islamic mints found its way into pouches on the belts of traders from Frisia to the Volga. A Carolingian penny became a standard that eased exchange, while gold remained the coin of courts and bishops. Learning never vanished. It migrated. Scriptoria kept lamps lit where winters bite. A careful hand in Tours produced pages that students could read without squinting. Margins filled with glosses that captured lectures and jokes, and the odd complaint about cold fingers. In Cordoba, a philosopher examined memory as a craft and taught that one could build a palace in the mind and store facts in its rooms. In Baghdad, a translator compared Greek manuscripts and explained why one reading was better than another. In Chang, a calligrapher sharpened a brush and taught pupils that the way a stroke leaves the paper is as important as the way it lands. These small acts of care are the true currency of the age. By the year 1000, the world had learned a new rhythm. Empires had given way to layered sovereignties and to cities that bargained with kings. Faith had given moral architecture to politics and had built institutions that could outlive dynasties. Trade had recovered its nerve along rivers and seas that knew the seasons better than any court. The early medieval centuries did not deserve the darkness that later ages threw over them. They were an apprenticeship in endurance and in invention. Out of their long patience grew the high medieval world of cathedrals and universities, of crusader states and Mongol highways, of guilds and parliaments, and new kinds of power that would test every lesson learned so far. Around the first millennium, the old Roman world had finished breaking into fragments, and yet across those fragments, a new order quietly took root. A change in the fields began it. Northern peasants yoked horses with a collar that did not choke, and turned the heavy plough through clay that oxen had labored to scratch. The three-field rotation let grain rest and recover. Watermills multiplied on streams, and then windmills crept across open country. Yields rose just enough to feed more mouths, and to leave a margin that could be sold. Villages thickened into market towns. With surplus came bargaining, and with bargaining came written records, tolls at bridges, and men who counted for a living. Europe grew from perhaps 40 million toward twice that by the 13th century. It was an age that built in stone because it had learned to plan in grain. Power rearranged itself above these new fields. In the Latin West, the language of loyalty was feudal, a mesh of oaths between lords and men who held land for service. It was never as neat as later textbooks would make it, but the fiction of obligation helped hold a rough peace. Kings who wished to be more than first among nobles borrowed clerks from the church and judges from Roman ghosts. In England, a conqueror from Normandy overlapped this feudal web with a surveyor's net. The Domesday Book of 1086 counted hides and mills with a calm that still startles. In France, the Capetian line, once little more than Paris and its suburbs, learned to wait, to marry shrewdly, and to gather counties like a patient farmer gathers fields. The empire in the German lands sprawled from the North Sea to Italy and was most impressive on parchment. Emperors who tried to make it steel found themselves quarreling with cities and popes and with their own cousins. The church reformed itself with an energy that gave it fresh command. Monasteries at Cluny and then Citeaux modeled stricter observance, more work and prayer and less aristocratic ease. A pope named Gregory VII demanded that kings step back from the profitable habit of investing bishops with ring and staff. The investiture contest became a long quarrel about law, authority, and who carried the cure of souls. In winter at Canossa, a German ruler stood in the snow to beg absolution, a scene as theatrical as it was real. A century later, Innocent III would gather the threads into a papal monarchy that judged kings, launched crusades, and convened councils that legislated for Christendom. Along with authority came law. The monk Gratian compiled contradictions in church rulings and reconciled them with reason, giving birth to canon law as a discipline. At Bologna, a revival of Roman law created a profession that could argue with popes and princes on their own ground. Pilgrimage and holy war drew crowds into motion. In 1095, in a French field near Clermont, a pope called warriors to wrest Jerusalem from Muslim rulers and to cleanse their sins by taking the road. Knights put on cloth crosses and followed preachers east. The First Crusade arrived against the odds, at the walls of cities it scarcely understood, and, with grim luck and fierce quarrels, carved out small states on the Levantine coast. The capture of Jerusalem in 1099 was a storm of blood and exultation that echoed for generations. The story did not end there. Contacts turned to rhythms. Italian ships from Venice, Genoa, and Pisa ferried men and grain and returned with pepper and sugar and the habit of profit. The crusading movement broadened. There were expeditions to Spain where Christian kingdoms pushed against the frontier of Al-Andalus. There were campaigns in southern France against a Christian heresy that had drawn the poor and the proud with its severity. There were wars in the Baltic where monks with swords baptized by fire. There were failures. A second crusade fell apart in Anatolia. A third recovered a few strongholds after the Kurdish Sultan Saladin retook Jerusalem in 1187. In 1204, diverted by debt and politics, a crusade sacked Christian Constantinople itself. The broken shards would never fit together quite as before. At the same time, a commercial revolution reshaped daily life. On the plains of Champagne counts hosted fairs at set weeks, where merchants from Flanders, Italy, Provence, and the Rhineland met under a common peace. Contracts were witnessed. Debts were assigned. Letters of exchange lightened purses and moved money across mountains without a coin changing hands. In the north, the merchants of the Baltic learned to sail big cogs along shallow coasts and to trade timber, wax, fish, and furs from Novgorod to London. Their loose alliances would later be called the Hansa. But by the 13th century, the habits were already there. In the Mediterranean, galleys clustered at piers where warehouses belonged to city-states that had learned the advantage of writing their own treaties. Venice bargained with emperors and sultans and set up fondaci where its citizens could live and sue one another under Venetian law, even in foreign ports. Cities rose on this attention to profit and craft. In Italy, communes claimed liberties from bishops and counts and learned to govern themselves with bell towers, councils, and a militia of citizens. Guilds wrote rules for training apprentices and for the honesty of waits. Cloth halls in Flanders and Lombardy turned raw wool into wealth that paid for bell towers and paintings. In the Low Countries and along the Rhine, towns bought their peace from lords in charters that read like graduate courses in negotiated sovereignty. Markets drew people from the countryside and with them the familiar anxieties of strangers sharing streets. City governments kept night watch, cleaned ditches, and punished bakers who cheated on loaves. They also sponsored festivals that taught neighbors to call themselves a single people. Learning returned to an institutional home. Cathedral schools grew into universities. Bologna taught law first. Paris taught theology with a rigor that drew students from Scotland and Sicily. Oxford gathered masters across the Channel and soon printed its own degrees. The classroom had its own drama. A Breton named Peter Abelard argued his way into fame, then into scandal, and finally into a book of questions that turned faith into a gymnasium for the mind. A century later, a friar from Aquino wrote a Summa that juxtaposed Aristotle with scripture and found in the tension an ordered path. He concluded that reason, properly tended, is a handmaid of revelation. Out of such thought came the shareable tools of disputation, the curriculum of the arts, the habit of citation, and the idea that truth can be approached by disciplined argument rather than by force. A quieter revolution happened on the page. In 1202, a Pisan merchant's son named Leonardo wrote a book that praised the Indian numerals used by Muslim accountants. He showed how a place value system and a symbol for nothing could simplify calculations beyond anything Roman numerals allowed. The book did not conquer at once, but merchants noticed. In the same century, paper mills at Fabriano in Italy learned to beat linen rags to pulp and to size sheets with gelatin so that ink would not bleed. Books grew cheaper and account books multiplied. Astrolabes and treatises on optics passed out of Arabic into Latin in the translation schools of Toledo and Sicily, where Christian rulers hired Jewish and Muslim scholars to turn Arabic, Aristotle, and Ptolemy into Latin. The mind of Europe widened as it read. Art and architecture announced the confidence of the age. The round arches and thick walls of the Romanesque met a bolder vision in the hands of Abbot Suger at Saint Denis, who wanted light to pour through colored glass as a sign of the divine. Builders learned to point arches, to rib vaults, and to throw the weight of walls outward onto stone skeletons that crawled along the exterior like wings. Cathedrals rose at Chartres, Reims, and Amiens, at Canterbury and Lincoln, each a project of generations. Sculptors taught scripture with saints who smile, almost like neighbors. Glaziers set prophets into windows where morning sun turned their robes into fire. The style moved east and south, adapting to local stone and to the purse of each town. A pilgrim could measure ambition by nave length and by the sound of iron chisels in the square. The Islamic world shifted, fractured, and reassembled with its own brilliance. The Seljuk Turks, migrants from the steppe who learned Persian as a courtly tongue, took Baghdad under their protection and then pushed into Anatolia, winning a battle near Manzikert that opened the plateau. Their vizier Nizam al-Mulk endowed colleges where law and theology were taught with state support. In Egypt, the Fatimids built Cairo and a mosque university where scholars still debate. In the 12th century, Salah al-Din reunited Egypt and Syria and retook Jerusalem with moderation that impressed even enemies. The 13th brought the Mamluks, slave soldiers who defeated a Mongol army at Ain Jalut and ruled from Cairo with a taste for domes and for trade. Across North Africa and Al-Andalus, Berber dynasties enforced stricter piety and built mosques whose courtyards and inscriptions remain. Beyond the Mediterranean, Asia was already the seat of the most advanced economy on earth. The Song dynasty in China governed a realm of markets and machines. Iron production surged. Porcelain kilns glowed in Jiangnan, and canal barges moved rice north to feed the capital. A fast-ripening rice from Champa doubled harvests in the south and changed the demography of the lower Yangtze. Paper money was printed under strict rules that not even emperors could violate without cost. Bi Sheng experimented with movable type. Gunpowder, known first to alchemists, became an ingredient in warfare. Shipwrights fashioned large seagoing junks with watertight bulkheads, and mariners used a floating needle to steer without a star. Neo-Confucian thinkers like Zhu Ji synthesized ethics and cosmology into a curriculum that would mold officials for centuries. Yet the Song world had vulnerabilities at its edges. Steppe confederations challenged in the north. The Jurchen Jin seized the old heartland and forced the court south to Hangzhou, which became a city of bridges, gardens, and bookshops that dazzled visitors. In the steppe itself, a storm gathered. By 1206, a gifted leader had united fractious clans and received a title that meant universal ruler. His cavalry moved with a speed that defied maps, living off herds, remounts, and discipline. The Mongols broke the Khwarezmian realm in Iran, and then turned against the Jin and later the southern Song. They rode into Rus and burned cities that had grown rich on trade. Their generals probed Hungary and Poland before strategic choices and a death at the center pulled them back. In the next generation, the empire became a constellation of khanates that kept roads safe and taxed caravans without suffocating them. The result was a long corridor of relative peace from the China Sea to the Mediterranean that allowed merchants to move silk, glass, spices, and ideas in volumes not seen since Rome and Han. Africa and the Indian Ocean felt the same tug of exchange. Along the East African coast, stone towns from Mogadishu to Kilwa traded ivory, gold, and slaves for cloth and ceramics that archaeologists still find in their middens. In the interior, Great Zimbabwe rose on a granite ridge, a complex of dry stone walls that enclosed cattle, grain, and the houses of rulers who brokered gold from the hinterland toward the coast. Across the Sahara, new polities gathered strength on the Niger Bend. The older Ghana faded as trade routes shifted and as pressure from the north broke its hold. But by the mid-13th century, Sundiata had forged Mali from clan and cavalry and planted the seeds of cities like Timbuktu that would soon be schools as much as markets. Across the Atlantic, cities rose without Mediterranean models. Cahokia on the Mississippi built platform mounds and a timber circle that marked solstices. In central Mexico, the Toltecs preserved a memory of an older giant at Tula, with warrior columns and reliefs. In the Andes, larger states were yet to come, but coastal kingdoms in Peru laid out canals and spun cotton with a finesse that Europeans would not match for centuries. These worlds did not intersect with Eurasia, but their arcs of urban life, ritual, and trade show how widely human communities were experimenting with scale. By 1300, the High Middle Ages had changed the face of society. Populations were larger, fields were better tended, towns governed themselves with statutes and seals. The church had turned reform into law and learning into a ladder. States had found the beginning of taxes and courts that could outlive kings. Across Eurasia, a Mongol peace had widened horizons, even as it carried risks not yet perceived. The next age would test these gains with famine and plague, with new money and new maps, and with the first stirrings of skepticism that would grow into revolutions of thought. The 14th century opened with a shudder that seemed to mock the confidence of the High Middle Ages. Seasons failed. Rains rotted grain in the fields. Then a pestilence came along caravan roads and on the decks of ships and touched almost every village in Europe and the Mediterranean basin. The Black Death did not only kill, it rearranged the living. Labor became dear. Wages rose where lords could not prevent it. Fields went back to pasture. Guilds struggled to replace lost skill, and cities became laboratories for new arrangements. In this darkness, a different light began to grow in the Italian peninsula. A light that asked men and women to look back to antiquity and forward to possibility. Florence is a convenient door into this change. It was a city of bankers and weavers who counted as carefully as any clerk in Baghdad or Songde, China. Families traded across the Alps and along the sea lanes, and the profits of cloth paid for chapels, altarpieces, and a civic pride that wanted buildings to look like an argument for eternity. After a century of quarrels, a dome rose above the cathedral that dominated the city. It was a marvel of engineering and of patience, a structure that spanned a great void without scaffolding, built by a man who had studied ancient ruins and who trusted geometry and craft in equal measure. In the workshops of Florence and Siena and later Rome, painters experimented with perspective that makes distant figures look smaller and nearer ones larger, a simple trick with profound consequences for the eye and the mind. A generation later, Leonardo painted faces that seemed to breathe and sketched machines that would never be built, but that concentrated the curiosity of an age. Michelangelo carved a young shepherd who defies giants, and then painted a ceiling that turned the story of creation into a storm of limbs and light. These works mattered because they declared that human skill and human bodies are worthy subjects for serious art, and that beauty can teach as powerfully as sermons. Humanism gave this art a language. Scholars who called themselves lovers of letters recovered forgotten texts in monastic libraries and taught their students to write Latin that Cicero might recognize. They insisted that eloquence is not an ornament but a civic tool. To speak well and to write clearly is to wield power in a republic or at a court. They praised history as a school for prudence. They made Greek learning fashionable among Latin speakers and sent for teachers from the shrinking Byzantine world. Their curriculum was moral and practical. It asked how a statesman should balance principle and interest, how a citizen should love a city without being blind to its faults, and how a ruler should cultivate virtue in times that do not reward it. Print gave these arguments an engine. In the mid-15th century, a goldsmith in Mainz learned to cast metal letters that could be set and reset, then inked and pressed against paper with even pressure. The combination of movable type, oil-based inks, and abundant paper made books cheaper and more numerous than ever before in Europe. In a few decades, presses appeared in 100 towns. Bibles, law books, saints' lives, romances, calendars, almanacs, and pamphlets poured into a public that did not need permission to read. Printers were entrepreneurs, and their ledgers record a world in which ideas could now be multiplied and disputed at a speed that startled bishops and princes. Arithmetic changed too. A Pisan author showed merchants how to use Indian numerals that had come through Arabic, and double-entry bookkeeping turned risk into entries that could be compared and judged. The counting house became a school of reason. The recovery of old learning did not choke new discovery. In 1543, a Polish canon published a book that put the sun in the center of the known planets and sent the earth circling among them. He did not offer proof that would convince every reader, but he restored a geometry of the heavens that ancient thinkers had whispered and that begged to be tested. In the same year, a Flemish anatomist printed a book with woodcuts that opened the human body in careful plates, replaced rumor with observation, and taught medical students to distrust the blind repetition of authority. Across the century court, astronomers took precise measurements. Instrument makers ground lenses with a precision that surprised their own fingers, and natural philosophers built a habit of asking the world to answer questions on the basis of what can be seen and repeated. The method was still a promise rather than a banner, but it had found sponsors in universities and in courts that liked instruments as much as relics. Politics in Italy did not yield to the charms of art. City-states schemed and fought across landscapes studded with towers. They hired companies of freelancers to do their dirtiest work and then feared the men they had paid. Banking houses rose and fell with the credit of kings. The papal court returned from Avignon to Rome and struggled to restore its prestige. When humanists wrote about power, they did so with cold eyes. "It is better," wrote one, "for a prince to be feared than loved, if he cannot be both." He was not counseling cruelty for its own sake. He was advising rulers who had learned that sentiment is not a budget, and that mercenaries can leave when the wind shifts. North of the Alps, the same energies took different shapes. Stone vaults opened to light in cathedrals that had taken centuries to build, and painters in Flanders mastered oil on panel with a realism that makes carpet fringe and glass seem to breathe. In Germany and Switzerland and France, a religious quarrel broke into open fire. A monk in Wittenberg found no peace in the sale of indulgences, and no comfort in the idea that priests could bind and loose without limit. He called for a debate and nailed programmatic theses to a church door. Print lifted his words over mountains. Princes who resented the power of Rome found in this reform a shield for their own independence. Towns that loved preaching and song adopted new rituals and tried to keep charity and order in balance without monasteries. In Geneva, a lawyer from France organized a community disciplined by consistory courts and a catechism that pressed theology into the pattern of daily life. In England, a king without a male heir broke with Rome for both domestic and political reasons and took monasteries apart stone by stone. The revolt within the church lasted for generations and redrew the map of allegiance across northern Europe. The Catholic world answered with its own reforms. A council met in Trent to sharpen doctrine and to discipline clergy. New orders took vows that married learning and service. The Society of Jesus trained teachers and missionaries who excelled at languages and at persuading both princes and children. Painters turned churches into theaters of devotion where light and flesh declared the joy of faith as eloquently as any sermon. In Spain, mystics wrote prose and poetry that described prayer with an intimacy that still challenges readers to look inward. While Europe argued with itself, a handful of mariners began to test what lay beyond the capes. Knowledge from many sources made these voyages possible. The magnetic compass that Chinese sailors had used was now common on European decks. Latin sails learned from the Mediterranean could pull a vessel across the wind. New maps gathered from pilots wrote soundings and currents next to coastlines. The Portuguese crown organized exploration with a patience that matched its small population. Captains edged down the African coast, learned the trick of the Volta do Mar that uses ocean winds to come home, reached tropical islands where sugar grew, and traded on shores where merchants dealt in gold and captives. In 1488, a storm drove a ship past a rocky point into seas that rolled toward the east. 10 years later, another captain reached the shores of India by rounding Africa and changing the logic of commerce for a century. Fortified factories at Goa and Malacca and along the Swahili coast became beads on a string called the State of India. There were profits and also violence. Cannon on wooden castles forced concessions where words had failed. In 1492, a Genoese sailor with stubborn courage and a talent for persuasion reached islands across an ocean he had underestimated. He did not find Asia, though he insisted he had. He found peoples with rich traditions and political skills who had never seen a horse or a steel blade. Spanish ventures followed, and so did devastation. Disease moved faster than the ports could record it. Smallpox and measles crossed the Atlantic and emptied villages that had stood for generations. Conquistadors took advantage of old enmities, allied with rivals of imperial capitals, and toppled city-states whose markets and temples had served millions. Within a generation, Mexico City rose on the ruins of Tenochtitlan, and a Spanish road across the Andes linked the coast to highland mines where silver came out of the earth in astonishing volumes. At Potosi, on a mountain that workers called a rich hill, furnaces smelted ore that went by llama train to the Pacific, or by mule to the Atlantic. Bullion poured into Seville, paid soldiers and debts, then flowed through Europe into the coffers of bankers, and out again into Asia, where Chinese merchants valued silver highly and used it to settle taxes. The Columbian Exchange was more than metal and disease. New foods crossed oceans and took root. Maize, potatoes, and tomatoes became staples across Europe, Africa, and Asia. In return, cows, horses, and pigs transformed American landscapes and diets. A new ecological web knitted continents into a single story, with consequences that farmers and rulers would not fully grasp for centuries. The Ottomans watched these changes from a position of strength. In 1453, their sultan took Constantinople after a siege that brought great cannon against ancient walls and filled the Golden Horn with chains and fireships. The city became Istanbul, and a new capital for a dynasty that cherished order and levy and the arts of state. Under Suleiman the Magnificent, the empire codified law, trained administrators in a palace school, and presided over a cosmopolitan society where Greek, Armenian, Arab, and Turk traded as neighbors. The same Mediterranean that carried galleys to Lepanto also carried coffee and ideas. In the east, the Safavids built a Persian court that wedded Shiite devotion to silk and tile. In India, a prince from Fergana crossed the Khyber and founded the Mughal Empire in 1526. His grandson Akbar would amass a treasury of land and diamonds and attempt a philosophy of rule that respected difference and sought merit across religions. Africa was not a passive coastline in these years. In the Sahel, the empire of Songhai stretched from the Niger Bend to the desert. Its rulers kept scholars in Timbuktu and judges on circuit. The kings of Benin cast bronzes that tell their own history in marvelous relief. In Congo, a king who took the name Afonso after baptism tried to manage his realm with Christian letters and to control a trade in captives that Portuguese merchants pursued with a hunger that would darken the next centuries. On the Swahili coast, the arrival of cannon-bearing caravels disturbed a world that had long taken its rhythm from the monsoon. Some towns resisted, others bargained, many rebuilt. In East Asia, the Ming dynasty itself was a monument to recovery. Chinese rebels had overthrown Mongol rule in the 14th century, and a new house turned to building. The capital moved north to Beijing, and an imperial city rose within walls that still march across the map. Workers repaired and extended long lines of fortification in the northern hills. Palaces bloomed with lacquer and silk. Early in the 15th century, treasure fleets of immense size sailed under a Muslim admiral to Southeast Asia, India, Arabia, and the Swahili ports. These voyages displayed Chinese wealth and authority and brought back exotic animals and tribute. Then court policy shifted. Ships rotted in harbors, and private overseas trade was restricted or taxed into caution. Even so, Chinese merchants and artisans remained at the center of an Asian economy that would soon draw American silver into its purse. Japan entered its age of warring states after old balances failed. Regional lords built castles on hilltops and fought with ashigaru and mounted samurai. In the middle of the 16th century, traders from Portugal arrived with arquebuses and silk. Within a year, Japanese smiths were copying the new weapon, and commanders were learning to drill peasants in volley fire. Jesuit missionaries found converts among lords who liked trade as much as theology. Museums still keep folding screens that show black-robed priests under Japanese pines and galleons, at anchor beneath volcanic cones. By the end of the 16th century, the balances set at the beginning of the age had shifted. Spain and Portugal reached across oceans with fleets and forts and treaties that drew lines on water. England had a navy that could face an armada and a crown that learned to work with a parliament that guarded the purse. The Dutch fought to free their provinces from Spanish rule and built a maritime economy that soon would rival Venice and Lisbon. Wars of religion scarred France and the German lands. Yet even amid conflict, cities hummed with the business of exchange. Amsterdam and Seville and Lisbon kept ledgers that tied them to Goa and Veracruz and Nagasaki. Manila became a Spanish port where American silver met Chinese silk and where friars preached under tropical rain. The Renaissance and the Age of Exploration did not make the medieval world vanish. They sorted it, borrowed from it, and then tested it against oceans and instruments. The vernacular voice learned to sing in verse and prose. The scholar learned to trust the eye. The merchant learned to price risk. The sailor learned stars and winds. The prince learned that belief can split kingdoms and that gunpowder can breach walls that once seemed immortal. The stage is set for a century of experiment in thought and power that will push inquiry into the laboratory and sovereignty into new forms, for better and for worse. The 17th century opened its doors to a new habit of mind. In small rooms warmed by stoves and argument, natural philosophers asked nature to speak for itself. Telescopes and air pumps turned wonder into evidence. In London, a society of experimenters gathered under a motto that prized deeds over words. Isaac Newton drew a universe governed by laws that linked the fall of an apple to the sweep of the moon, and then retired to a mint where he weighed truth in pure metal. Across the Channel, academies in Paris and Florence set instruments to work on light, pressure, and motion. The language of proof entered polite society. Gentlemen and artisans swapped recipes for lenses and for lightning jars, and respectable people began to think that progress was not only possible, but measurable. Coffee houses and salons carried this new confidence into public life. In London, a penny bought a dish of news and a seat at a table where merchants, pamphleteers, and scientists shared gossip with stock tips. In Paris, brilliant hosts presided over salons where philosophy walked in from the street and found itself dressed for company. The habit of debate created a public sphere in which printers supplied a steady trade in journals and pamphlets. Censorship did not vanish, but it often limped. Ideas outran police on fast horses of paper. In Edinburgh and Geneva and Amsterdam, cities of modest size became capitals of conversation. The Enlightenment did not spring from a single head. It was an orchestra of voices that often quarreled over the score. John Locke argued that governments rest on consent, and that subjects retain rights that no ruler may ignore. Montesquieu studied the weight of institutions and praised checks and balances that kept one power from swallowing the rest. Voltaire wrote with wit sharp enough to cut superstition to the bone, and he celebrated toleration, even while flattering kings who liked the sound of reason. Diderot and D'Alembert undertook an encyclopedia that would gather all useful knowledge in one place, and in so doing, make craftsmen and scholars into neighbors. Rousseau warned that society can corrupt as surely as it can refine, and asked whether a people could bind themselves to laws they made together. In Italy, Beccaria condemned torture and cruel punishment with a clarity that still startles judges. In Scotland, David Hume dissolved the certainty of causation into habit and custom, and Adam Smith described markets as a web of exchange that channeled private aims into public supply, while never forgetting that sympathy is the moral cement of any society. This republic of letters traveled on real roads. Post-riders carried books that censors had banned into the hands of readers who mouthed the arguments for themselves. Scientific correspondence tied Philadelphia to Paris and Leyden. Benjamin Franklin flew kites that tasted electricity and then set up a printing business that served his city with Bibles and almanacs. He founded a library and a club that turned talk into improvements, and he would later bring that same practical mind to diplomacy. The most decisive teacher was war. The 7 Years' War pulled Europe, India, and North America into a single cauldron. In the Ohio Valley, young officers learned that imperial maps mean little in forests. In Bengal, merchants discovered that trade can be a prelude to sovereignty. When peace came, empires counted debts. In London, ministers drew up taxes that asked North American colonists to pay for garrisons. In Boston and Philadelphia, printers sharpened their type. Pamphlets argued that taxation without representation violated the rights of Englishmen. A pamphleteer from England called Thomas Paine turned anger into plain prose and made monarchy itself look like an old habit ready to be set aside. The colonies declared independence in a document that married Lockean natural rights to a list of injuries. The war was hard and uncertain, yet a mixture of French loans, American stubbornness, and British weariness brought victory. The new republic then attempted a second and more delicate revolution in law. The Constitution balanced states and center, checked ambition with ambition, and committed a young country to written rules that would outlast its founders. Revolution crossed the Atlantic on winds of debt and expectation. In 1789, the French crown summoned an assembly to fix its finances and discovered that the nation wanted much more than money. The people of Paris stormed a fortress that was symbol rather than threat. Country priests marched with peasants who were tired of dues, and in a burst of summer heat, feudal privileges melted. A declaration announced the rights of man and citizen. The monarchy fell, then the republic bled itself in a civil war of ideas and fears. The guillotine rose in a square and came down with a rhythm that haunted Europe. Foreign armies marched and were thrown back by citizen soldiers who sang as they advanced. Out of the fever emerged a promise of equality before law and a suspicion of tyranny in any form. Out of it, also came a hunger for order that a young general would soon offer on his own terms. The shock in France stirred a quieter debate in salons and taverns across the continent. Some saw in the revolution a proof that reason could rebuild the world. Others saw anarchy and warned that society is a fragile inheritance. Burke wrote that a nation is a partnership across generations, and that cutting old roots is dangerous. Wollstonecraft answered in a different key and asked why half the human race should be excluded from the education and rights that gentlemen took as their due. In theatres and in drawing rooms, people argued about the rights of man and the duties of citizens. Newspapers multiplied to keep pace, and cartoons on broadsheets gave even the illiterate a share in the dispute. A third revolution unfolded in the Caribbean with an audacity that stunned Europe. On the rich sugar island of Saint-Domingue, enslaved men and women rose in 1791, burned cane, and fought for freedom with a discipline that improved in battle. Toussaint Louverture proved himself a strategist and a statesman. He bargained with empires and drafted a constitution that abolished slavery while affirming order. The struggle would last beyond our period, but already it announced a truth the Enlightenment had often avoided. Liberty that stops at the dock is not liberty at all. The Haitian Revolution forced philosophers to face the universal claims in their own books. Even while ideas overturned thrones, quieter changes pressed from the countryside and the workshop. Farmers in England turned fields with better ploughs and rotated crops with a craft that repaired soil. Inventors and mechanics tested machines that used steam to pump water from mines and then to drive wheels. Watt and his partners built engines that could be bought and sold. Spinners and weavers learned to tend frames that multiplied their output. The factory began to form as a place where time was counted and wages paid by the week. In 1776, Adam Smith wrote that the division of labor in a pin factory allowed a dozen men to make tens of thousands of pins a day. It was an observation and a warning. Efficiency is powerful, and it can turn workers into parts unless law and custom keep pace. States tried to wear reason on the outside. Prussian kings sponsored academies and drilled an army that marched like a metronome. Joseph of Austria abolished old dues and made priests answer to civil authority, though he pushed reforms faster than his subjects could absorb. Catherine in Russia invited French writers to her court, wrote plays, and widened the empire until it reached warm water. These were enlightened absolutists, rulers who read philosophy after dinner and signed decrees in the morning. They moved their countries, but they could not break the logic of their own power. By 1800, the Enlightenment had changed how educated people across the Atlantic world thought about authority, nature, and themselves. It taught that evidence can tame superstition, that government is a trust, and that rights belong to persons, not to estates. It sent men to sea with sextants and to parliaments with petitions. It set fire to a fortress in Paris and to plantations in the Caribbean. It bred hope and fear in equal measure. Above all, it widened the circle of those who believed the future is a human project and not only a fate decreed from the past. Smoke rose first over river valleys where water wheels had long turned, and where coal seam and canal lay side by side like fate and opportunity. In Britain, the partnership of iron, steam, and credit remade the ordinary. A Scottish instrument maker refined a separate condenser and turned the steam engine from a coal pump into a prime mover for mills and mines. Ironmasters learned to puddle pig iron into malleable bars, then to pour steel in volumes that astonished men who had once counted blades by the dozen. Railways followed. In a handful of years, black lines stitched countryside to port and city to hinterland. Time itself had to be disciplined. Rail timetables required clocks to agree. and companies forced standard time upon regions that had long kept noon by the sun in the town square. Telegraph wires raced beside the tracks, translating thought into pulses that leaped from station to station and then across oceans on cables armored against the abyss. Is less than 1.3 is greater than. Urban life grew to match the scale of the new machines. London and Paris learned the smell of coal and the roar of elevated tracks. Tenements multiplied faster than sewers. Cholera taught its blunt lessons. In mid-century, a physician with a pencil and a map located a pump handle at the center of a circle of deaths and convinced a reluctant board to remove it. In the same years, engineers bored intercepting sewers beneath the Thames and rebuilt embankments so that tides and gravity would carry filth away from crowded streets. Paris was cut open by straight avenues that brought light and troops into neighborhoods that had once defied both. The modern city was at once a promise and a warning. It offered wages and spectacle, and the new delight of shops whose windows were stages. It also offered smog, slums, and a daily education in the distance between wealth and want. Is less than 1.3. Is greater than. The factory changed the rhythm of the day. Bells and whistles divided hours into shifts, and pay came by the week rather than by the harvest. Women and children stood at frames because small hands could guide thread as easily as a man's could. Accidents were common and mercy was scarce. Out of this, discipline grew movements for redress. Friendly societies pooled pennies against sickness and burial. Trade unions argued for the 10-hour day, and then for more. In 1848, two German thinkers living in exile gave these grievances a philosophy and a prophecy. They wrote that history is a struggle between classes, and that the modern world had concentrated power and capital as never before. Whether one agreed or not, their tract taught workers to read and owners to listen. Is less than 1.3, is greater than. As factories multiplied, nations changed their clothes. The year 1848 sent crowds into European streets. They raised barricades and sang of liberty and nation. Some gained constitutions, others gained lessons in the methods of police. The revolutions failed in the short run, but the idea of the nation did not. In the Italian peninsula, a statesman who favored patience and a soldier who favored speed found a way to bring scattered duchies and kingdoms under a single flag. In the German lands, a minister in a blue uniform and a king with a taste for parade used war with precision to force unification from above. The treaty that followed the last of those wars presented Europe with a powerful new state in the heart of the continent, and with a question that would haunt the next century. Is less than 1.3, is greater than free. Beyond Europe, other polities watched, copied, and resisted. In the United States, the young republic stretched westward across prairies and deserts, reached the Pacific, and then tore itself in two over slavery. The Civil War became a test of an industrial age at war. Railways fed armies, telegraphs carried orders, and factories cast cannon by the thousand. The conflict ended with the preservation of the Union and the abolition of slavery, but with wounds that politics could not quickly close. After Reconstruction faltered, the South imposed a system of segregation that mocked the promise of emancipation. At the same time, a rush of migrants from Europe and Asia filled cities and prairies. Chicago rose from swamp to skyline. The West was bound by steel and settled at great cost to the peoples who had lived there first. Is less than 1.3, is greater than. In Latin America, the collapse of Iberian monarchies during the Napoleonic years opened the door to independence. Bolivar and San Martin moved armies across mountains and deserts, and wrote constitutions that struggled to tame caudillo and faction. Brazil followed a different path, keeping a monarchy until the end of the century and ending slavery only in 1888, later than its neighbors. The promise of freedom was real, yet the pull of export economies and foreign finance often kept republics tied to the price of coffee, sugar, nitrates, and copper. In Africa and Asia, the 19th century was the age of the gunboat and the company ledger. Britain and France seized ports and hinterlands with treaties and force, while Belgium turned the Congo into a private kingdom where rubber and ivory were torn from forest at a terrible human price. Ethiopia offered a different story. In 1896, Highland armies defeated an Italian expedition at Adwa and preserved a sovereignty that would be remembered across the continent. In North Africa, the French took Algiers, and the British took Cairo's finances, and then its canal. The Suez Canal itself, opened in 1869, was a ribbon of salt water that shortened routes to India and made the eastern Mediterranean the antechamber of Asia. In India, the uprising of 1857 shocked the British Empire into ending the old company rule and replacing it with the Raj, a crown administration that promised order and built railways while famines still stalked the countryside. China faced a century of calamity and invention at once. The Qing court lost the Opium Wars and signed treaties that opened ports and ceded privileges to foreign powers. Internal rebellions tore provinces apart. The Taiping Civil War killed millions and left wounds that hardly healed before new troubles arrived. Yet even in defeat, there were reforms. Shipyards and arsenals rose along the coast, telegraph lines spread, and students left for Tokyo and later for Europe and America. In Japan, a small group of samurai deposed a shogun in 1868 and restored imperial rule in name, while building a cabinet, in fact. They sent missions abroad, imported teachers and machines, taxed rice in money, and compelled former warriors to trade swords for salaries. Within a generation, Japan possessed railways, factories, and a conscript army. It defeated China in 1895 and humbled Russia a decade later. A shock to any European who still believed modernity was a European monopoly. Science and medicine sprinted beside industry. In a French laboratory, a careful observer saved wine and discovered germs. Pasteur and Koch taught doctors to wash, to sterilize, and to look at bacteria under glass. Surgery learned to use ether and later chloroform and then carbolic spray. Life expectancy climbed as cities learned to filter water and collect refuse. In physics, a Scotsman's equations united electricity and magnetism and predicted waves that would one day carry voices without wires. Chemists turned coal tar into brilliant dyes, and then into medicines and explosives. The global fertilizer trade mined islands of guano to feed fields, and at the century's turn, a German chemist would learn to fix nitrogen from air, a discovery that made bread and bombs in equal measure. Culture widened with literacy. Governments funded primary schools to make citizens who could read ballots and orders. Newspapers printed sensational crime and sober debate on the same page, and reached villages by rail before the ink dried. Photography fixed faces and battlefields with a fidelity that painting could not match. Novelists described factories and drawing rooms with a sympathy that made readers question their own certainties. Painters broke light into shards and asked viewers to finish the scene with their eyes. Composers learned to use folk melodies to speak for nations as much as for patrons. Money threaded the century like wire. The gold standard promised stability and linked markets from London to Buenos Aires. Crises still came. Panics crossed oceans faster than wind could fill sails. Yet the trend was clear. Steamships shortened travel times. Emigrants left famine and crowded villages and filled neighborhoods in New York, Buenos Aires, Melbourne, and Cape Town. They carried recipes, songs, and strikes. They sent remittances in letters that smelled of smoke and hope. Ports became multilingual and cosmopolitan in ways that made patriots uneasy and merchants content. Religion and politics braided in new ways. The papacy in Rome denounced modern errors and then summoned a council that defined doctrines with a new firmness. Protestant churches split and multiplied, sending missionaries along the same routes as telegraph and railway. In France, the Dreyfus affair exposed the reach of prejudice and turned defenders of a Jewish captain into a movement for justice that would feed a new political vocabulary. At the end of the century in Basel, a journalist convened a congress that spoke the word Zionism aloud and called for a national home in a land still under Ottoman rule. The century closed with monuments and forebodings. Paris celebrated an exposition universelle with a tower that seemed to anchor lightning. New York raised a statue in a harbor that welcomed arrivals from every compass point. Berlin planned avenues and barracks. Vienna hummed with waltzes and with anxious dreams. Armies grew large and plans grew precise. Alliances formed like frost on a window. The steam and steel that had conquered distance could also deliver cannon and men at speeds that earlier generals could not imagine. The 19th century remade how people worked, lived, traveled, and thought. It softened some ancient miseries and invented new anxieties. It gave the world railways and sewers, and also the scramble for continents. It taught governments to count and citizens to expect schools and newspapers. It placed within reach both democracy and disciplined armies. It promised that tomorrow could be better, and warned that mistakes would be large. The next chapter opens on a Europe that had organized its power and on a world that had never been so connected or so vulnerable to a single spark. In the summer of 1914, a pistol shot in a provincial city tore the fabric of an armed peace. The murder of an Austrian archduke in Sarajevo did not make a world war inevitable, but it found a continent wired for combustion. General staffs kept sealed timetables that could not easily be slowed. Alliances that had once promised deterrence now acted like tripwires. Telegrams crossed nights thick with doubt. Within weeks, Europe marched. Germany opened the war with a wheeling blow through Belgium, aimed at breaking France before Russia could fully mobilize. The violation of Belgian neutrality brought Britain in. The German advance came within sight of Paris before a hurried counterstroke along the Marne bent it back. The armies then dug in. From the North Sea to Switzerland, a line of earthworks and barbed wire changed the logic of battle. Industrial firepower punished courage. Attacks that would have decided earlier wars now dissolved into mud and smoke and lists of the missing. At Verdun, the French vowed that the enemy would not pass and fed divisions into a furnace for 10 months. On the Somme, the British Army learned modern war on a single terrible day that left more than 50,000 casualties before noon. The Eastern Front moved more swiftly. Russia's armies surged into East Prussia and Galicia, then reeled from defeats that revealed weak supply and fragile command. Yet the Russian line could not be broken at a single point. Austria-Hungary labored to hold a diverse empire together under the weight of battle and nationalism. In the south, the Allied gamble at Gallipoli tried to force the Dardanelles and bring a blow against the Ottoman heart. Courage and confusion met cliffs and machine guns. The campaign failed, but it made reputations for colonial troops and for a young commander who would later give his country a new name and new law. The war stretched far from Europe. In the Middle East, the British and their allies fought the Ottomans from Basra up the Tigris and from Egypt across the Sinai. In the Hejaz, an Arab revolt sought independence from Istanbul, aided by a British officer whose notebooks turned desert war into legend. Farther afield, Japanese forces took German possessions in China and the Pacific. On the seas, Germany used U-boats to choke Britain. Their sinking of a liner with many civilians on board helped turn American opinion. After a final gamble with unrestricted submarine warfare and a clumsy overture to Mexico, Germany brought the United States into the war in 1917. American manpower and credit lifted Allied spirits and added weight that Berlin could not ignore. Total war changed societies as much as it changed front lines. Governments rationed food and commandeered factories. Women stepped into munitions, plants and tram conductors' booths and earned a political voice in many countries when the guns fell silent. Science joined the arsenal. Chlorine drifted over trenches at Ypres and scarred a generation. Tanks lurched forward at Cambrai and suggested a way to cross the wire. Aircraft that had begun as scouts learned to strafe and bomb and to fight each other in a sky that was no longer innocent. Censors and propagandists managed news and rumor. The state grew larger and more intimate as it counted men and bread. In 1917, Russia buckled. Protest over bread and war toppled the Romanov dynasty. A provisional government tried to continue the fight and lost the country. In the autumn, a small party with a strict discipline seized the capital and promised peace, land, and bread. Civil war followed. The new regime signed a harsh treaty with Germany to buy time, then fought a savage conflict at home that left deep scars and a model of one-party rule that would define a century. On the Western Front in 1918, Germany launched a final offensive using storm troops and surprise. The line bent, but did not break. Fresh American divisions crossed the Atlantic. Allied coordination improved, and the tide turned. In the autumn, Allies peeled away from Berlin. The Ottoman Empire sought terms. Austria-Hungary came apart along national seams. German sailors mutinied. On the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month, an armistice silenced the guns. The peace proved as hard as the war. In Paris, a conference tried to square justice with prudence. President Wilson arrived with 14 points that promised open covenants and a League of Nations and a generous idea of self-determination. France wanted security and payment for the devastated Northeast. Britain balanced empire and trade against fears of a revived Germany. Delegates from new and old nations crowded corridors with maps and pleas. The Treaty of Versailles returned Alsace and Lorraine to France, limited German arms, carved new states from old empires, and demanded reparations that would dog budgets for a decade. The Ottoman lands were divided into mandates under European supervision. A line on a secret wartime paper became borders across deserts. A short letter by a British minister expressed sympathy for a national home for the Jewish people in Palestine and entailed promises to others that contradicted one another. The settlement satisfied few. The League of Nations arose as a forum without teeth, hobbled early by the refusal of the United States to join. The 1,920 seconds opened with hunger and hope. Germany suffered hyperinflation so severe that wages were paid twice a day, and a loaf could cost a wheelbarrow of notes. A pragmatic plan in 1924 stabilized currency and spread reparation payments, and the mood briefly lifted. Diplomats signed agreements at Locarno and on naval limits in Washington. Radios brought music and news into apartments. Jazz bands played in Berlin and Harlem. Aviators crossed oceans. Cinema taught audiences to see the world through new eyes. Women in many countries voted for the first time. In Turkey, a soldier statesman recast his country as a republic and moved capital and alphabet and law to a new footing. Yet beneath the glitter lay fragility. Farmers from Canada to Ukraine to the Yangtze Valley labored in markets they did not control. Stock speculation built towers of paper on slender foundations. In 1929, a market crash in New York pulled the world into the Great Depression. Banks failed, factories darkened, world trade shriveled as tariffs climbed in a spiral of fear. In Germany, mass unemployment broke faith in parliament. and in a republic that had never found an affectionate name from its own people. The second cataclysm began with familiar moves and unfamiliar speed. In September of 1939, German armor and motorized columns crossed into Poland, while the Luftwaffe shattered rail junctions and frightened civilians from the roads. The Soviet Union, bound by a pact that shocked Europe, entered from the east and took its share. Within weeks, Poland was gone, its officers marked for a fate they could not imagine. Its people divided between occupation regimes that treated law as a mask for terror. The war that followed grew outward in rings until it touched every ocean and most of the continents. In the spring of 1940, the German army moved through Denmark and Norway to control iron routes from Sweden. Then came the stroke through the Ardennes that split the Allied front in France. Paris fell after a campaign that lasted a matter of weeks. British soldiers evacuated from a corner of the coast where small boats and destroyers ferried them by the hundreds of thousands. A new British Prime Minister, a man who knew defeat and loved the English language, told his island that the fight would continue. The Battle of Britain was a contest of factories, pilots, and patience. Radar aerials on the coast gave warning. Controllers used headsets and chalkboards to vector squadrons toward incoming raids. The Royal Air Force held the line. The invasion barges never left their moorings. The war widened. In 1941, German forces turned east in the largest land invasion in history. Operation Barbarossa opened across a front measured in 1,000 miles. It was war of annihilation, fought with a fury that scorned the old restraints. In the north, Leningrad was ringed and starved. In the center, German spearheads reached the outskirts of Moscow, where the winter and Soviet reserves from Siberia brought a halt. In the south, an armored drive sought oil and a river city, whose name the regime had made famous. At Stalingrad, soldiers fought room by room, and the Volga ran with the detritus of a dying city. A Soviet counterstroke encircled the attackers in winter. An army surrendered in February, a turning that froze German hopes of dictating the future in the East. While this drama unfolded, a very different war burned in the Pacific. On a December morning, in 1941, carrier-based aircraft struck Pearl Harbor and sank battleships at their moorings. The United States entered the conflict with anger and a shock that stiffened resolve. Japanese forces overran Hong Kong, Malaya, the Philippines, and the Dutch East Indies, with a tempo the West had not expected from an Asian power. Yet, within 6 months, American codebreakers and pilots sprang an ambush near Midway that destroyed a quartet of enemy carriers. The balance at sea tilted. Thereafter, the Pacific War became a series of amphibious operations across atolls and jungle islands. Marines learned to wade ashore under fire, while naval guns shook the beach behind them. On Guadalcanal and Saipan, and later on Iwo Jima and Okinawa, men fought over coral ridges and airfields, while fleets waged night battles with searchlights and torpedoes. On every front, science and secrecy shaped decisions. In the Atlantic, U-boats hunted merchant convoys and nearly strangled Britain. It was a duel fought by sailors and mathematicians. Long-range patrol aircraft, sonar, and depth charges improved at sea, while in country houses and huts at Bletchley Park, a band of linguists, chess players, and engineers took apart the logic of encrypted signals. A British-built machine, refined under the pressure of long nights and strict secrecy, helped read German traffic in time to send escorts to the right patch of ocean. Intelligence did not win the war by itself, but it shortened battles and saved convoys that carried food, fuel, and Sherman tanks to the docks of Glasgow and Liverpool. The Air War wrote a grim new chapter in the history of cities. Germany bombed London, Coventry, and ports, with the hope of crushing morale and industry. Britain answered with night raids. Then America joined with daylight precision attacks made at high cost. Crews flew in tight box formations through flak and fighters, aiming at ball-bearing plants and fuel refineries. In 1943, the Allies struck German oil with growing effect, and by late 1944, the enemy's armored units were starved for fuel. Japan suffered raids that were less discriminating. New incendiaries turned Tokyo and other cities into fields of fire. The arithmetic of total war made civilians into targets on a scale that historical memory still struggles to absorb. In the Pacific, the island war ground forward at terrible cost. Iwo Jima gave airfields, but at a price measured in weeks of close-range combat and in a photograph that would become an emblem. Okinawa brought kamikaze attacks on an unprecedented scale and a foretaste of what an invasion of the Japanese home islands might mean. American planners studied casualty estimates that rose into figures no elected government could accept with equanimity. Then, a program begun in secrecy in deserts and university towns came to a conclusion. The Manhattan Project had gathered physicists, chemists, engineers, and thousands of workers to turn theory into a weapon. In July 1945, a device was tested in New Mexico. In August, atomic bombs fell on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The human cost cannot be measured fully on a page. Cities vanished in minutes. Tens of thousands died in the blasts, and many more suffered burns and radiation sickness. Japan announced surrender soon after. The war was over. The map of the world had changed. Germany lay in ruins and was divided into zones of occupation that soon hardened into two states. Berlin itself was halved and then quartered, a fresh frontier within a shattered city. Millions of people moved, some by choice and many at the point of a rifle, as borders in Central and Eastern Europe were redrawn. The Soviet Union had borne a cost in blood that no other nation matched, and now stood with armies on the Elbe and in the Balkans. The United States was a power of continents, with industry intact and a navy in every ocean. Britain emerged with honor and exhaustion. China had suffered invasion and civil war and now faced the last act of a struggle that would not end until 4 years after the surrender in Tokyo Bay. There was also an attempt to learn. At Nuremberg, judges in black robes listened to arguments about crimes that older law had not anticipated. The record that was made there still shapes ideas about responsibility and command. In Asia, trials at Tokyo pursued similar themes with uneven success. A new international organization took shape in San Francisco and New York. The United Nations promised a forum for disputes and a language of rights that might bind states to a minimal decency. It was a hope as much as a plan. The war left behind technologies that defined the age to come. Jet engines made speed routine. Rockets that had terrorized London became research programs that would carry satellites and then people beyond the atmosphere. Antibiotics that had been produced at scale for soldiers now entered civilian life and changed medicine. The computer, still a room-sized instrument built to calculate artillery tables and decode messages, waited for a peacetime mission that would reach into every house. Women who had worked in factories and laboratories returned home in many cases, but the memory of their service remained and would feed a movement that asked in the next generation why bright minds should be confined to kitchens and narrow roles. And there was grief. Letters that had traveled across oceans stopped. Photographs sat on mantels beside folded flags. Villages in Ukraine and Belarus and Poland were gone from the map. In Japan, the country that had been bombed into submission began to rebuild with a discipline that would astonish observers. In France, wounds from occupation bled into politics for decades. In Italy, partisans and exiles argued about who had saved the nation and who had betrayed it. In Germany, a long reckoning with guilt began in whispers and moved into classrooms. The Holocaust would become central to that work, as it should. World War II was a time when human ingenuity solved problems of logistics, flight, and medicine, and when the same ingenuity built camps and bombs that defy understanding. It accelerated the century and left it with a division that would shape politics and fear for 2 generations. It taught that alliances can defeat tyrannies, that law can name evil, and that technology can end cities in an instant. The next chapter opens with a cold peace, with an arms race, and with a world in which the poor and colonized looked at empires and said that the age of permission had ended. The guns fell silent in 1945, but the world did not find rest. It found a new geometry of power with 2 poles and a line of tension that ran across continents and through families. Washington and Moscow emerged from the ruins with rival claims about freedom, justice, and the future. Between them lay a planet of ruined cities, hungry populations, and colonial subjects who had learned in war that the masters were not invincible. The age that followed was a contest of arsenals and ideas, of spies and students, and of peoples who insisted that the old empires were finished. At the last conferences of the war, leaders drew zones and made promises. The United Nations opened in San Francisco with a charter that pledged sovereign equality and a forum for dispute. It was an aspiration more than a guarantee, but its blue flag soon appeared in places where the old order had shattered. In Europe, the United States adopted a policy that joined idealism to arithmetic. Credits and aid poured across the Atlantic in a program that fed workers and bought time for parliaments to function. The result was a recovery that astonished even its advocates. In the East, communist parties rebuilt the machinery of state behind a cordon of Red Army garrisons. A continent that had once been a classroom for liberalism became a front line. Berlin wrote the drama in small. The 4 victorious powers had divided the old capital. When the Western zones introduced a new currency, the Soviets answered by cutting roads and rails. The city did not starve because aircraft flew in coal and flour in round-the-clock relays. The airlift lasted nearly a year and taught the first hard lesson of the Cold War. Air corridors and nerves could hold as firmly as walls. Soon, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization bound Western states to mutual defense, while the Warsaw Pact later formalized the Eastern Bloc. Ideology hardened into alliance. The line of rivalry moved quickly to Asia. In 1949, the Chinese Civil War ended with a communist victory. The new government promised land reform and national dignity after a century of humiliation. The old regime retreated to an island redoubt and kept a claim that most of the world gradually ceased to credit. The next year war came to the Korean peninsula. A northern army crossed the 38th parallel and drove Allied forces into a small corner. An amphibious stroke reversed the fortunes. Then Chinese troops surged into the fight, and the front settled into a grim and costly stalemate. An armistice in 1953 drew a military border that still holds. The war proved that limited conflict under the shadow of nuclear weapons would be the pattern of the age. The nuclear age matured with a cold logic. The United States had a brief monopoly, then the Soviet Union tested its own device. By the mid-50s, both possessed thermonuclear weapons whose yields made the firestorms of the last war look small. Delivery systems leapt from bombers to rockets. When a small silver sphere called Sputnik crossed the night in 1957, it announced that ballistic missiles could carry more than radios. The space race was born. A decade later, a Saturn V lifted men to the moon and delivered a television image of a boot on grey dust. The achievement was scientific and symbolic. It told the world that the competition could reach theaters beyond Earth, and that mass education in mathematics and engineering had become an instrument of national power. Decolonization pressed forward as the superpowers circled each other. In 1947, Britain granted independence to India. But the departure came with the cutting of a living country. Partition created India and Pakistan, and unleashed violence that sent millions across new borders with bundles and grief. The same year, the British left Palestine to the verdict of war. A Jewish state declared independence and survived attack by neighboring armies. The refugee crisis that followed for Palestinians became a wound that shaped politics for generations. In 1956, Egypt nationalized the canal that cut through its desert. Britain, France, and Israel planned a strike to unseat the bold young president. They won their battles and lost the war when the United States and the Soviet Union refused to bless a return to old habits. The Suez Crisis marked the moment when Europe learned that empire had finally lost its protector. Eastern Europe had its own reckonings. Hungary tried to reform in 1956 and was crushed by tanks. Czechoslovakia experimented in 1968 with socialism that welcomed debate and due process. The experiment ended under the tracks of armored vehicles. In Poland, workers later formed a union that spelled its name on shipyard gates and negotiated with the state, while a Polish pope watched from Rome and from the open fields where he drew crowds larger than any party rally. The idea that civil society could stand between citizen and state survived the winter imposed from outside. The 1970s brought a pause, a crisis, and a reset. Détente eased the worst of the nuclear glare. Treaties limited some classes of missiles and opened kitchens and classrooms to exchange. A conference in Helsinki wrote a basket of commitments that included human rights, alongside borders and trade, and dissidents in Prague, Moscow, and Warsaw learned to speak that language in ways that caught Western ears. Then oil shocked the global economy as producers used embargo and price to teach the industrial world that energy independence was a wish, not a reality. Inflation met unemployment, and the economic certainties of the long boom gave way to hard choices. The Middle East wrote headlines with a regularity that made the date unnecessary. Wars in 1948, 1956, 1967, and 1973 redrew maps and reset politics. The last of these saw armies cross canals under cover of a holy day and forced superpower diplomacy to work at a fever pitch. A later summit in the mountains of Maryland brought an Egyptian president and an Israeli prime minister together under American mediation. The result was a peace between two old enemies and a murder that took the life of the man who signed for Egypt. Elsewhere, a revolution in Iran overthrew a monarch and installed a republic guided by clerics. A hostage crisis made the event feel personal to Americans and poisoned relations for a generation. When the Soviet Union sent troops into Afghanistan in 1979 to prop a faltering socialist government, a long guerrilla war began that would drain treasure and legitimacy and flood the region with weapons and fighters. China moved through convulsion to reconstruction. The Great Leap Forward had promised steel and community but delivered famine and grief. The Cultural Revolution attacked professors and party veterans alike, sending millions to the countryside and tearing up a generation of schooling. After the death of the founding leader in 1976, a new leadership opened special zones to foreign capital, loosened the reins on farmers, and invited expertise back into the classroom and the factory. The changes were cautious and pragmatic, and they set the stage for an economic rise that would change the century to come. The Cold War was not only treaties and tanks, it was also culture and science and broadcast signals that slipped across borders. Jazz and ballet toured as envoys. Films taught foreign audiences to imagine life of the other side. Satellites carried images that defeated censors. Antibiotics and vaccines lengthened lives in places where empire had once neglected them. Green revolutions in agriculture averted famines that many had predicted. New social movements demanded space. Women pressed for equal pay and control over their work and bodies. Environmentalists warned that rivers on fire and air you could taste were the price of thoughtless growth, and a day in April saw citizens gather across many countries to plant trees and read charts of carbon and sulfur. By 1980, the world had adjusted to a long standoff and a crowded table of nations. The superpowers still measured arsenals, but they had learned the dangers of miscalculation. Europe had stitched a partial union that delivered prosperity and stability. The global South had escaped formal empire, though debt and dependency still narrowed choices. Television brought wars into living rooms and elections into villages. The language of rights had left courtrooms and entered the vocabulary of workers, students, and parents, far from Geneva and New York. The next chapter will witness the endgame of the Cold War, the fall of walls that once seemed permanent, and the rush of globalization that joined markets and memory in unsettling ways. The long twilight of the Cold War ended not with a battle but with a cascade. In the early 1980s, the superpowers still glared across barbed borders, yet the foundations of that standoff were shifting. Oil shocks and inflation had shaken the Western economies. In Washington and London, new leaders preached tax cuts, deregulation, and a tougher line abroad. A central banker squeezed inflation with high interest rates that threw many into recession before prices calmed. Meanwhile, the Soviet Union, burdened by a command economy, an aging leadership, and a costly war in Afghanistan, drifted. In 1980, shipyard workers in Gdansk formed a union that named itself Solidarity and learned to bargain with a state that thought strikes were impossible. The idea that citizens could organize outside the party survived even when martial law tried to stamp it out. A new face appeared in Moscow in 1985. Mikhail Gorbachev spoke of restructuring and openness. He loosened censorship, allowed limited competition in local elections, and tried to modernize a system whose factories still measured success by meeting plans rather than by pleasing customers. The reforms were brave and contradictory. Freedom of speech revealed grievances that could no longer be managed by slogans. A reactor explosion at Chernobyl in 1986 showed the cost of secrecy and incompetence. Abroad, Gorbachev sought relief from the arms race. In Reykjavik, he and Ronald Reagan nearly agreed to sweeping reductions before nerves failed at the edge of the imaginable. 1 year later, they signed the Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces Treaty, which eliminated an entire class of missiles and verified the work with on-site inspections that would have been unthinkable a decade earlier. In 1989, the edge gave way. Elections in Poland put solidarity into government. Hungary opened its border to Austria and let East Germans slip west. In November, crowds in Berlin pressed to the checkpoints. Guards hesitated, and the wall that had scarred a city since 1961 cracked under hand hammers and joy. Revolutions that winter were largely peaceful. Czechs sang their way to the end of one-party rule in what they called a velvet revolution. Only in Romania did the change come with blood. Within a year, Germany was unified under a constitutional order that stretched from the Rhine to the Oder. The Soviet Union, stretched by reform, nationalism, and the cost of holding a crumbling exterior, staggered through an attempted coup in 1991 and then dissolved. The red flag came down from the Kremlin. 15 new states appeared on the map, and the Warsaw Pact closed its books. The end of the Cold War felt at first like a reprieve. The United States spoke of a peace dividend and a new world order. In 1990, Iraq invaded Kuwait, claiming old grievances and oil. A wide coalition organized under United Nations authority moved troops to the Gulf. A swift air and ground campaign in early 1991 pushed Iraqi forces out. The war left the Iraqi regime in place under sanctions and inspections, a problem deferred rather than solved. It also announced that Western air power and precision weapons had learned new tricks during the long standoff. and that satellites and computers now guided war. Most of the decade turned on markets, treaties, and an invention that changed daily life. In 1989, a physicist in Geneva sketched a way to connect documents through a common address system. Within a few years, the World Wide Web made the internet friendly to ordinary users. Browsers let people click from one page to another, as if wandering a library with no walls. New companies sprang up with promises that seemed to outpace gravity. Venture capital flowed. In 1995, a young firm sold shares for a service that helped people find things on the web. In 1998, two graduate students launched a search engine that ranked pages by their links. Email raced faster than letters, and mobile phones multiplied. By the end of the decade, a mania for all things digital had inflated share prices into a bubble that would burst in 2000. But the habits the web taught proved durable. The office, the shop, and the classroom all began to live with screens. Globalization acquired institutions. In Europe, leaders signed the Maastricht Treaty in 1992, creating a union with a single market, common institutions, and a plan for a shared currency. The euro arrived as electronic money in 1999, and in banknotes 3 years later. Labor and capital moved more freely within the Union, and the Schengen border regime let travelers cross without routine checks. Across the Atlantic, the North American Free Trade Agreement bound Canada, Mexico, and the United States into a larger market in 1994. The World Trade Organization opened in 1995 to referee disputes and promote rules for global commerce. Supply chains lengthened. Factories moved where labor was cheaper, then shipped components back across oceans to be assembled and sold. The result was lower prices and new jobs in some places, and shuttered plants in others. A new vocabulary of winners and losers entered politics. The rise of China gave that vocabulary a scale no one could ignore. After the trauma of the Cultural Revolution, reformers had opened the economy in 1978. In 1992, a southern tour by Deng Xiaoping reaffirmed the course. Coastal zones welcomed foreign investment. Rural households regained control over plots. Private firms proliferated under careful supervision. Growth averaged near 10% for years. By the end of the decade, China was already a workshop to the world, yet still a developing country by income. The state kept a firm hold on politics, and the memory of the 1,989 protests and their suppression in Beijing shadowed the bargain between prosperity and control. In East Asia, the economic story included another caution. Japan had soared in the 1980s, then an asset bubble burst around 1990 and ushered in years of slow growth and deflation. In 1997, a financial crisis swept through Thailand, Indonesia, and South Korea, and then reached Moscow and Wall Street firms that had assumed models could outrun panic. The lesson was clear. Global finance moves in pulses that respect few borders. If markets linked the world also confronted its conscience. In 1994, Rwanda became the site of a genocide that moved with terrifying speed. 1 million Tutsi and moderate Hutu were killed in 100 days, while the international community argued over words and mandates. In the former Yugoslavia, nationalists tore a multi-ethnic state into pieces. Sarajevo endured a siege that lasted nearly 4 years. Srebrenica became a synonym for betrayal when a declared safe area fell and thousands of men and boys were murdered. Peace came through a Dayton Agreement that froze lines rather than healed wounds. In 1999, violence in Kosovo drew a campaign of airstrikes that bypassed the United Nations and wrestled with the new doctrine that atrocities within borders could trigger action from outside. The debate over humanitarian intervention had begun and has never since been quiet. There were victories. In South Africa, a prisoner walked free after 27 years and negotiated a peaceful transfer to majority rule. Elections in 1994 made Nelson Mandela president and ended formal apartheid. A commission on truth and reconciliation tried to balance justice with a fragile peace. In the Middle East, Israeli and Palestinian leaders shook hands on the White House lawn in 1993 and agreed to a phased plan for self-rule and security. Hopes were high. Then an assassin killed Yitzhak Rabin, new settlements expanded, and trust collapsed into recurring violence. In Ireland, after years of bombings and funerals, a Good Friday Agreement in 1998 created new institutions for power sharing and calmed a conflict that had taught generations to fear their neighbors. Public Health and Science wrote parallel chronicles of warning and salvation. In the early 1980s, a strange cluster of illnesses appeared among young men in American cities. It was the first visible sign of a virus that had crossed from animals earlier and now moved along networks of intimacy and poverty. The pandemic spread worldwide and carried stigma with it. Activists forced governments and companies to move faster. In 1996, new drug combinations transformed the disease for those who could afford treatment, turning a death sentence into a chronic condition. That same year, a sheep named Dolly walked into a stall and into the public imagination, the first mammal cloned from an adult cell, proof that genetics had learned to copy life with unsettling fidelity. The Human Genome Project, launched in 1990, marched through base pairs and by 2001 presented a rough draft of the map that evolution had written in each cell. The environment entered politics with new authority. Scientists confirmed a hole in the ozone layer, and governments signed the Montreal Protocol in 1987 to phase out the chemicals that caused it. The treaty worked. The ozone layer slowly began to heal. At the same time, climate change emerged from journals into parliaments. In 1988, an intergovernmental panel formed to assess the risk. Its early reports warned that greenhouse gases were already warming the planet. In 1997, the Kyoto Agreement set targets for emissions in industrial countries. It was a start and a quarrel. Many signed, some withdrew, and the work remained unfinished. Culture traveled on cables and satellite dishes. Music videos turned performers into global brands. Cinema found new markets. The fall of censorship in the East unleashed both art and kitsch. Sports became a world language with tournaments that drew billions of viewers. The Olympics moved from boycotts to spectacle. Football reached new continents through satellite feeds and endorsements. A sense of shared time grew as people on distant continents watched the same match or finale and then argued about it on early message boards. Not all connectivity was benign. New forms of terror learned to operate through loose networks rather than state sponsors. Fighters who had learned the craft of war in Afghanistan during the 1980s turned their anger on the West and on regimes they considered apostate. In 1998, bombs exploded outside American embassies in East Africa. 2 years later, a small boat laden with explosives tore a hole in a destroyer in Aden Harbor. Intelligence services watched and warned, but the scale of the threat did not yet sink in. It would, soon. By the turn of the century, the world had entered its first truly planetary age. Capital, information, and people moved along routes that no empire controlled. The United States stood at a height of influence that had few precedents. Europe was experimenting with sovereignty that could be pooled without surrender. Russia wrestled with the price of shock therapy and the search for order under a new leader from the security services. China was negotiating its entry into the World Trade Organization and preparing to join the world economy on terms that would change both. In many places, the expectations born in the 1990s were simple. Technology would liberate minds. Markets would lift living standards. Borders would matter less. The next chapter would test all three beliefs, beginning with an autumn morning when the sky over a single city filled with ash and the map of security, liberty, and war was redrawn in a few burning hours. The new century announced itself in smoke and falling steel. On a clear September morning in 2001, passenger jets became weapons and turned Lower Manhattan into a field of ash. In Washington, a wing of the Pentagon burned. A fourth plane fell into a Pennsylvania field because passengers understood what was coming and chose to fight. The attack was theater designed for a global audience and strategy designed to drag a superpower into costly wars. It succeeded in the second aim. The United States answered by toppling a regime in Afghanistan that had sheltered the plotters, and then, 2 years later, by invading Iraq, on the claim that hidden arsenals and a defiant dictator threatened the world. Baghdad fell quickly. Victory did not. At home, the vocabulary of security changed. A new department gathered dozens of offices under one roof. Airport rituals hardened. Congress passed a law that broadened surveillance and shared intelligence across agencies that had not always spoken to each other. Abroad, the First War routed the hosts of the terror network, but could not create a politics of inclusion in a country long ruled by faction and fear. The Second War toppled a police state and broke the lid that had kept sectarian resentments under pressure. Intelligence about weapons proved wrong. Abu Ghraib taught the cost of humiliation when photographs escaped a prison and circled the world. The insurgency became a civil war in miniature. Streets where children had played became red lines between armed neighborhoods. American forces rewired their approach, worked with local militias, and reduced the violence for a time. The withdrawal that followed left a central government in Baghdad and a file full of unfinished business. Elsewhere, the decade wrote history with a quicker hand. In December 2004, an undersea earthquake sent a wall of water across the Indian Ocean. Beaches in Sumatra and Sri Lanka and Thailand swallowed whole families. Aid circled the globe and showed what logistics and sympathy could do when they shared a map. A year later, in New Orleans, broken levees and confused command turned a storm into a scandal. Television showed an American city stranded by water and by indifference, and a culture that had learned to hide poverty behind freeways. Technology did not pause. The World Wide Web, once an address book for universities, turned into a marketplace and a public square. A site that began in a dorm room taught people to build public versions of their private lives. An online video platform made everyone a potential broadcaster. A microblogging service turned sentences into signals that could rally a protest or spread a rumor. In 2007, a handset with a glass face appeared and convinced people to carry a small computer in their pocket. A year later, an open-source rival spread the same idea across dozens of manufacturers. The App Store joined the printing press and the telegraph as a change in the plumbing of daily life. New fortunes were built on code and on the trade in attention. The same systems also nurtured echo chambers, in which fact and feeling parted ways. Finance dressed the century in grey. For years, low interest rates and new instruments fed a hunger for yield. Mortgages were sliced into securities and blessed by models that assumed storms were rare. In 2008, the storm came. A major American investment bank failed. Markets froze. Credit vanished. Factories and shops far from Wall Street found that the trust on which modern trade depends had evaporated. Governments improvised rescues. Legislatures passed emergency programs to buy wounded assets and to keep the banking system from seizure. Central banks cut rates to the floor and then learned to create money with keystrokes and to buy their own government bonds. The recession dented a generation and taught the political class that fairness is a measure as important as growth. In Europe, the shock turned into a second act. The common currency lacked a common treasury. Greece, Ireland, Portugal, Spain, and Italy all found their debts under suspicion. Austerity became a creed and a curse. Summits stretched late into the night as leaders tried to keep the project of union alive, while voters learned the price of an unfinished architecture. Power shifted across the world's map. China had entered the global trading system in 2001 and used that welcome to turn coastal zones into workshops for the planet. High-speed rails spread across its interior like silver vines. The 2008 Olympics announced a new poise. The state cleaned the air for the cameras and polished ceremonies as carefully as medals. A few years later, leaders presented a plan to knit Eurasia and Africa with ports, rails, and loans. The project promised roads and raised questions about influence and debt. In the Western Pacific, dredgers turned reefs into runways, while neighbors argued about history and law. In Russia, a former intelligence officer took charge, centralized power, and promised order after the chaos of the 1990s. A short war in Georgia, then a bolder move in Ukraine in 2014 that seized a peninsula and fed a conflict in the east, announced that the post-Cold War map could be edited by force. Sanctions followed. So did a new chill. The Arab Spring began with a single act of despair in a Tunisian town and spread because millions recognized the story. Crowds filled squares and demanded dignity and an end to impunity. In Tunisia, a compact political class negotiated a new constitution. In Egypt, a dictator fell, an election raised a religious party, and then the army reclaimed power with a president from its own ranks. Libya's uprising drew a Western air campaign that helped topple a longtime ruler but left a state without a spine. In Syria, peaceful protests met bullets, then rockets, then barrel bombs. Foreign powers chose sides. Jihadists found space in the ruins. Refugees by the millions crossed borders into Lebanon, Jordan, and Turkey, and then took the dangerous road to Europe. A militant movement born from the wreckage in Iraq and fueled by the Syrian war declared a caliphate in Mosul and Raqqa in 2014. Its black flags and filmed murders were designed to recruit and to terrify. A coalition of local and foreign forces broke its territory by 2017, but its method adapted to the shadows it had made. Public squares filled in other places too. A movement called Occupy set up tents and taught people to say the words 1% and 99% with an edge. In the United States, the election of 2008 placed a young senator from Illinois in the White House, a sign of change that reached beyond policy. He expanded health insurance, pulled the economy from the ditch with stimulus, and ordered a raid that found the architect of the September attacks in a compound near a military town in Pakistan. He also learned that drones could patrol remote valleys at lower risk to pilots and higher risk to innocent bystanders, and that the modern presidency is an office that inherits storms as much as it makes choices. Science kept pace with events. In 2012, a collider near Geneva teased a new particle from the void and confirmed a theory that had been elegant for decades and now was true. In the same year, a biologist showed that a small enzyme can be guided to cut DNA where a researcher wants, and the new power was named in a way that fit its precise habits. Hospitals began trials that wrote edits into living cells, with hope and caution in equal measure. Spaceflight changed its costume as private firms stepped in to deliver cargo, and later to land rockets upright on their own fire. Gravitational waves arrived on a plot of time versus distance from remote black holes merging in a dance that Einstein had drawn in chalk and that instruments finally could hear. On Earth, an Ebola epidemic in West Africa in 2014 challenged field hospitals and contact tracers. The response improved as lessons were learned. The scale of sacrifice and the skill with which local nurses and international teams adapted saved millions from infection. The climate story grew more urgent and more institutional. Carbon dioxide rose inexorably. Droughts deepened in some regions. Storms strengthened and struck with water as much as wind. In 2015, diplomats in Paris reached an agreement that asked each country to write its own plan to cut emissions and to revisit those pledges in a cycle of public pressure. It was not a treaty of fines and police. It was a compact of sunlight and expectation, an attempt to harness reputation and hope to the physics of the atmosphere. Meanwhile, the price of solar panels fell like a stone, and the cost of wind turbines dropped with scale. Fracking in the United States reshaped energy markets by unlocking oil and gas from shale, and at once lowered prices, weakened old petrostates, and complicated the carbon arithmetic. The European project met two tests in quick succession. War in Syria and turmoil in Libya pushed families toward the Aegean and the central Mediterranean. In 2015, Germany opened its doors to many of those on the road. Others closed borders. Camps grew in places that had never imagined themselves as way stations for an exodus. A year later, in a referendum where promises crowded billboards and history leaned on memories, the United Kingdom voted to leave the European Union. The decision stunned the continent and revealed a rift within British society between those who trusted the gains of integration and those who feared its costs. The vote became a preface to a decade of new arguments about identity, sovereignty, and the social contract. The age learned about secrecy the hard way. A contractor for a security agency copied files and showed them to reporters. The documents described programs that watched the metadata of a planet. The revelations triggered a public debate about the line between safety and privacy. Courts and legislatures rewrote rules. Technology firms promised encryption by default and were pulled into fights with governments that demanded access. The romance of the early internet dimmed as people learned that free services are paid for by their attention and by the data they leave behind. The Global South was not a footnote in these years. A program from Washington that began in 2003 poured money and medicine into Africa to fight a pandemic and saved millions of lives. Mobile money, born in Kenya, showed how a simple phone could become a bank for people ignored by older systems. Latin America rode a commodity boom as Chinese demand for minerals and soy filled treasuries and then suffered when prices fell. A leftward turn in politics brought social programs that reduced poverty in several countries, then scandals and recessions that tested institutions. A peace deal in Colombia in 2016 promised an end to a guerrilla war that had lasted for decades, though the work of reintegrating fighters and protecting activists would prove daunting. By 2016, the world was more connected than any generation before it. Flights stitched continents into long weekends and supply chains into classrooms. A sentence written in Cairo could reach a cousin in Hamburg before a kettle boiled. The cost of that connectivity was a shared vulnerability to panic and rumor, a financial system that could freeze in hours, and a commons of attention in which loud voices could drown patient ones. The gains were real. Millions left extreme poverty. Disease retreated before public health and vaccines. Women moved into universities and legislatures in numbers that would have amazed their grandmothers. The risks were real as well. Wars produced rivers of refugees. Inequality widened within many countries. The climate bent lines on maps of fire and flood. The years after 2016 felt less like a new chapter than a sudden change in lighting. Familiar landscapes of party politics, diplomacy, and media were still there, but the colors had shifted and edges looked sharper. A smartphone vibrated in the pocket and delivered a headline or a rumor to a billion hands at once. A referendum in Britain and an election in the United States announced that polls could be wrong and that grievances ignored would return as votes. Markets were still global, yet borders reasserted themselves in new ways. A world that had grown accustomed to steady integration discovered friction again. In June of 2016, the United Kingdom voted to leave the European Union after more than 4 decades inside its institutions. The campaign sharpened old divides between city and countryside, older and younger, graduates and those left out of the graduate economy. When the result arrived just after dawn, sterling plunged, and a generation of policymakers reached for legal texts that few had studied with care. The next 4 years became a seminar in the fine print of sovereignty. Negotiators argued about fisheries, about the jurisdiction of courts, about the border on the island of Ireland, and about how to separate a market that had been welded into one without tearing communities in two. A withdrawal agreement finally cleared parliaments late in 2019, and the flag came down in Brussels in January of the next year, even as civil servants kept working on the terms of daily life, from customs codes to pet passports. Across the Atlantic, the contest for the American presidency produced an upset whose meaning scholars will debate for decades. A candidate who treated politics as performance art and grievance as fuel won the Electoral College while losing the popular vote and walked into the White House with a promise to wreck the old consensus. Within days, an executive order restricted travel from several Muslim-majority countries and sent lawyers to airports to test what rights mean at midnight. The administration withdrew from the Trans-Pacific Partnership, announced an exit from the Paris Climate Compact, and later pulled out of the nuclear agreement with Iran. A tax overhaul cut corporate rates and showered relief on profitable firms, while a deregulatory push loosened rules for energy, finance, and the environment. One year, the government briefly closed during a fight over spending and immigration. Another year, a president was impeached over a pressure campaign on Ukraine, then acquitted. The news cycle felt less like a rhythm than a drumline. The platforms that held so much of public conversation in these years were private companies that had grown into something close to public utilities. Their tools made it easy to share and easier to target. Political advertising that once relied on television now micro-targeted slices of the electorate with messages tailored by zip code and fear. The scandal that came to be summed up under 2 words, Cambridge Analytica, revealed how data scraped from friendly quizzes and apps could be turned into a model of a voter's mind. It also revealed how little most users understood about the bargains they had been making for years. Europe answered with a sweeping privacy law in 2018 that gave citizens new rights to see, correct, and delete the data companies had collected. Firms rewrote terms of service. Banners bloomed asking for consent. The habits proved harder to change than the footers. The wider world moved in cross-currents of liberalization and backlash. In France, a former finance minister launched a new party and walked through the center of 2 old ones to win the presidency. 2 years later, a protest over a fuel tax became a larger revolt by citizens who felt that Paris had forgotten how far a paycheck travels outside the ring road. Spain wrestled with a unilateral independence referendum in Catalonia that brought riot police to college gyms and left the law and legitimacy to argue in court. In Italy, populist parties that had once baited each other formed a government together, then fell out, then reassembled with new partners in a choreography that left investors dizzy. In Germany, a refugee policy that had opened doors in 2015 reshaped politics for a decade. Parties that had long commanded the center learned to defend it against smaller movements that claimed to speak for those left behind. In the Middle East, one murder in a consulate in Istanbul turned into a scandal that crossed borders and boardrooms. A journalist went in and did not come out. The explanation offered by the kingdom involved kept changing, while intelligence and forensics suggested a plot planned by officials, not a freelance crime. The episode dampened talk of modernization and sharpened debates in Western capitals about the price of partnership with illiberal allies. In Israel and the Gulf, a set of agreements in 2020 normalized relations between long-estranged neighbors, Flights followed, then investment conferences, a reminder that the region can rewrite its own map even while older conflicts run on. Iran became a test of pressure and pride. After the United States left the nuclear deal in 2018, sanctions returned with more bite. Oil exports fell. Banks found themselves frozen out of dollar channels. Protests flared over prices and corruption. In early 2020, an American drone strike in Baghdad killed a powerful Iranian general whose network stretched from the Gulf to the Levant. Missiles and funerals followed, then a nervous lull. The region had learned once more how thin the membrane is between tit for tat and war. Across Asia, the pattern was equally mixed. India announced a surprise demonetization in 2016 that invalidated most cash in circulation, an attempt to strike at untaxed wealth and counterfeit notes, and then pushed through a national goods and services tax to simplify trade across state lines. Growth that had been brisk slowed as banks wrestled with bad loans. In 2019, the government revoked the special status of Jammu and Kashmir and passed a citizenship law that triggered protests from campuses to small towns. Myanmar's soldiers and militias drove the Rohingya from their homes in Rakhine State in 2017. Hundreds of thousands fled into Bangladesh, where the largest refugee camp on earth grew on muddy hillsides. Late that same year, the authorities in Myanmar insisted that they were fighting only terrorists. The testimony of survivors told a different story. In China, the state tightened control while promising prosperity. A nationwide program of cameras, checkpoints, and algorithms turned cities into laboratories of social scoring. In the far west, reports from journalists, scholars, and satellite images revealed a vast network of detention facilities in Xinjiang, where many members of a Muslim minority were detained for re-education, forced labor, or both. In the south, a local question became global. In Hong Kong, a proposal for extradition to the mainland touched a nerve. Marches that began against a bill became a larger movement for accountability. Crowds carried umbrellas and chanted under tear gas. The local election that followed brought a sweeping victory for pro-democracy candidates, but the central government imposed a national security law in 2020 that changed the territory's political weather overnight. Africa's story combined reform, innovation, and the stubbornness of conflict. In Ethiopia, a new prime minister in 2018 opened prisons, invited exiles home, and made peace with Eritrea after a long, frozen war, a turn that won a Nobel Prize and a surge of hope. In Sudan, a non-violent uprising in 2019 toppled a ruler who had sat on the throne for 3 decades, and a transitional pact promised civilian rule. Mobile money spread from Kenya into the region, turning phones into banks for the poor. Yet violence lingered in the Sahel, where insurgent groups imported tactics learned in distant guerrilla wars. In the Congo, a mismanaged election bled into the future. In Zimbabwe, the end of one old regime did not immediately remake daily life. Latin America moved in waves. In Brazil, a corruption scandal called Operation Car Wash began with an investigation of car wash fronts and became a cataract that swallowed presidents and magnates. A conservative populist rode the anger into the presidency in 2018, promised law and order, and made light of the lungs of the planet when fires lit the Amazon in 2019. Venezuela slid from oil-rich promise into a long emergency. Inflation melted, salaries, stores emptied, and millions left for neighboring countries. In Mexico, a veteran of the left won the presidency and promised austerity for the political class and generous programs for the poor, while trying to manage a crime problem that had metastasized into regions effectively beyond the state. This was also the era in which the old promise and danger of the internet matured. In 2017 and 2018, women across industries named their abusers and found that a hashtag could be a courthouse, where silence finally lost. Careers ended. Lawsuits proliferated. Studios and newsrooms wrote new codes. The change was not a fix, but it reset the cost of impunity. In the United States, the opioid crisis that had crept for years revealed its corporate anatomy. Investigations showed how pills were shipped by the truckload to small towns, how warnings were ignored, and how marketing blurred the line between pain, care, and addiction. Lawsuits against manufacturers and distributors mounted. One family, whose name was stamped on museum walls, agreed to settlements and watched those walls remove the plaques. Fentanyl, a synthetic that is potent in grains, kept the funeral homes busy even as pill mills closed. Trade, once the least interesting part of summitry, turned dramatic. The United States and China levied tariffs on hundreds of billions of dollars in goods. A thin accord in early 2020 paused escalation without resolving the central questions of technology, subsidies, and law. The North American Free Trade Pact was renegotiated into a new agreement that kept most of the old rules and added chapters for a digital economy that had not existed when the first treaty was written. In the same period, the race to build fifth-generation networks turned into a geopolitical contest about trust, espionage, and dependence, while countries weighed the cost of excluding a dominant supplier against the risk of letting a rival state sit at the heart of their infrastructure. Science delivered wonders and warnings. A radio telescope in Puerto Rico heard a fast burst from deep space and then fell in a storm. A melancholy for anyone who had ever loved the idea of a dish catching whispers from the sky. Reusable rockets moved from dream to routine, landing on ships as if the ocean were an airport. Artificial intelligence left laboratories for living rooms as voice assistants, translation tools, and recommendation engines. The same techniques also wrote disconcertingly real fake videos and raised the question of how a courtroom or an electorate would decide what is true when eyes can be fooled. Climate science sharpened its terms. Fires in Australia in the southern summer of 2019 and 2020 turned the sky orange over cities and sent koalas climbing the last green trees along roads. Greenland and Antarctic studies warned of thresholds that once crossed would be hard to reverse. Yet the cost curves for solar, wind, and batteries kept falling, and some utilities began to plan for a grid that would need fewer fossil fuels and more storage. The last months of this period felt normal until they did not. In late 2019, doctors in a Chinese city reported clusters of pneumonia of unknown cause. In January of 2020, the pathogen was named and its genome posted for the world to see, a scientific feat that took days rather than months. Governments hesitated, then issued travel warnings, and then watched as the virus arrived anyway on ordinary flights and handshakes. On the eve of lockdowns, offices still held meetings in glass rooms, stadiums filled, and cafes buzzed. Within weeks, that hum would stop. Before the silence, the world we have just surveyed had already been reshaped by platforms and populist parties, by trade fights and surveillance, by new rules for privacy, and by old arguments about belonging. The pandemic would freeze it, expose it, and accelerate it. The decade opened with a breath held and then stolen. A new virus, first noticed by clinicians in late 2019, moved with the efficiency of a well-planned campaign. In a matter of weeks, it reconfigured daily life on every continent. Borders snapped shut. Hospitals improvised new wards from cafeterias and chapel space. The word essential took on a narrower, harder edge. For all of the grief and confusion, a counterstory unfolded in laboratories and makeshift command rooms, where public programs and private firms pursued an answer with a speed that would have startled earlier generations. The United States stitched together a wartime-style effort to fund, buy, and distribute vaccines, while clinical trials raced ahead from a standing start into late-stage results within a single year. On the 11th of December 2020, the first emergency authorization arrived for an mRNA vaccine from Pfizer and BioNTech, followed a week later by Moderna's. By the next summer, the Pfizer formulation received full approval for adults. The science was not a miracle so much as the dividend from decades of basic research, accelerated by an emergency that no one could ignore. The breakthroughs did not arrive evenly. Nations with money and leverage secured early lots. A multilateral scheme called COVAX was designed to balance the scales for lower-income countries, yet the gap lingered into 2021 and 2022 as wealthy governments hedged their bets and producers navigated bottlenecks from glass vials to cold chains. Even as new variants rolled through the alphabet, the global campaign revealed hard truths about manufacturing capacity, patent politics, and the simple tyranny of distance. When the World Health Organization named Omicron a variant of concern in November 2021, the world had already learned how swiftly a change in the pathogen could outpace human planning. Pandemic time left marks beyond epidemiology. The classroom moved to the kitchen table. Offices became islands, linked by video tiles and scheduled mute buttons. The supply chain, a phrase once confined to logistics seminars, became dinner table news. In March 2021, a single container ship blocked the Suez Canal for 6 days, and a curious public watched a backhoe dwarfed by a wall of steel and containers. The incident offered a stark image of how global trade works in practice. It also revealed how little slack exists in a system built for precision and speed. The blockage resolved in a week, but the ripple effects lasted far longer. Demand shifted in strange ways. People bought laptops, screens, and game consoles to fill new homebound hours. Car makers who had cancelled chip orders in the spring of 2020 scrambled to buy them back in 2021. The result was a semiconductor shortage that seeped into nearly every modern product. Economists and engineers described it as a perfect storm that combined the pandemic, extreme weather in key manufacturing hubs, and the geopolitics of technology. The world discovered that a few clean rooms in Taiwan or South Korea could slow entire industries. Public health cascaded into macroeconomics. As economies reopened, money chased scarce goods and services. The number in the headlines was blunt. In June 2022, consumer prices in the United States rose at the fastest annual pace in 4 decades. Central banks answered with rate increases at a clip not seen since the early 2000s, pushing borrowing costs to their highest levels in a generation by mid-2023. The policy choice was classic and cruel: slow demand and risk a downturn, or allow inflation to turn savings accounts into sieves. The former path prevailed. While societies were still counting the dead and settling into a tentative new normal, a land war in Europe rewrote strategic assumptions. On the 24th of February 2022, Russian forces crossed multiple frontiers into Ukraine in an attempt to topple a neighboring government and force a geopolitical reordering from the barrel of a gun. Within days, air raid sirens in Kyiv became the soundtrack of a capital under threat. The United Nations General Assembly condemned the invasion with an overwhelming vote, and the long, quiet file folders on European rearmament were opened again. The war dragged on far longer than its author expected and reset energy markets, wheat flows, and alliances. 2 neutral Nordic countries reconsidered the wisdom of standing alone. Finland joined NATO in April 2023, followed by Sweden in March 2024, expanding the alliance across the Baltic and along a long northern frontier with Russia. The scientific imagination offered a counterpoint to the politics of force. In July 2022, the James Webb Space Telescope released its first images. Not hazy postcards from the heavens, but crisp portraits that looked back across cosmic time. For a public dulled by months of case counts and economic charts, those pillars of gas and distant galaxies were a reminder that curiosity is a renewable resource. A year later, India soft-landed a spacecraft near the Moon's south polar region, a feat that announced a new era of multipolar exploration and a rising technical capacity far from the traditional space powers. These stories mattered not merely because they were inspiring, but because they signaled a realignment of talent and ambition across the globe. Another kind of technology leaped from research labs into ordinary life. At the end of 2022, a conversational system called ChatGPT opened a door for the general public to interact with large language models that had previously lived behind research accounts and guarded demos. Within months, entire sectors were testing whether these systems could draft, summarize, translate, and code. Governments moved to keep pace. In October 2023, the United States issued a sweeping executive order that linked innovation to safety and civil rights. In 2024, the European Parliament approved a comprehensive law to govern artificial intelligence, a first attempt by a major bloc to write rules for systems that learn from oceans of data. The pendulum between promise and peril swung quickly, but for the first time in decades, everyday users could feel a frontier shift beneath their fingertips. The planet kept a separate ledger. Temperatures climbed into records with a merciless regularity. In 2023, global monitoring centers reported the hottest year since reliable measurements began, an unwelcome superlative that translated into longer heat waves, larger wildfires, and storms that seemed to draw new energy from warmer seas. The physics was straightforward. Greenhouse gases trap heat. Warmer air holds more moisture. When the system releases that moisture, it does so with greater intensity. The cumulative effect was to move climate risk from the realm of forecast into the realm of lived experience. These years also tested democracies in ways that will keep historians busy for generations. The 2020 election in the United States recorded the largest total vote in the nation's history and led to a transfer of power under pressure. On the 6th of January 2021, a mob interrupted the certification of electoral votes in the Capitol itself, a scene that fused spectacle with a constitutional process designed for quiet ceremony. The images endure, not because they were unprecedented in the broad history of political violence, but because they were so pointedly aimed at the machinery of a republic. Courts, insulated by design, continued to do their work, and the Congress reconvened that night to finish the count. The event has since become a contest over memory as well as law. There were other fault lines and fires. The pandemic revealed a precarious arithmetic in classrooms, where teachers negotiated between lesson plans and public health guidance, and where parents learned how much a school is also a social safety net. Migrants kept moving along rivers, through jungles, across deserts, and into ports that could not decide whether to welcome or repel. Protesters filled streets from Tehran to Minneapolis, each crowd with its own history and purpose, but all engaged in a single ancient activity, the act of making demands in public. The vocabulary of rights and obligations broadened as younger citizens insisted that their future be considered more than a line item in a budget. At the level of household life, the age acquired its textures. Remote work settled into hybrid arrangements that were as much a negotiation over identity as over productivity. City centers measured their health not only in office occupancy, but in whether a new kind of mixed day could support the coffee shop, the childcare center, and the train line. Families learned the language of supply and delivery times, and made small bets on pantry staples when a favorite brand ran short. People sought comfort in simple rituals, a walk in fresh air, the exchange of recipes that stretched across continents, the return of live music and theater as a symbol that a society had chosen company over isolation. The paradox of these years is that they contained both fragility and proof. Fragility in systems stretched by a virus, by war, and by weather. Proof that institutions, though battered, could still function. Proof that a vaccine could be designed and delivered faster than any before. Proof that a space telescope could open its eye and give a restless public new images of its ancient sky. Proof that alliances founded in a colder war could expand to meet a war that was uncomfortably warm and close. Proof that law and norms could be argued over without dissolving completely. The ledger is not balanced, but the entries are honest. The story of the early 20s is therefore not one tale, but several interlaced. One thread runs from biology to policy to economics. Another moves from tanks and trenches to treaty ceremonies and new maps. A third rises from mathematics and data to chat windows and code.co writers. Woven together, they describe a world that learned that resilience is not a slogan, but a practice. The next chapter will trace how that practice began to harden into strategy. By the middle of the third decade, the world had learned to live with overlapping shocks. The pandemic receded, but its imprint stayed in the rhythms of work and school and in the new habit of measuring risk with charts. Supply chains that once hid in plain sight became matters of state. Ports learned to stage containers like chess pieces. Companies kept more inventory than any textbook would have recommended a decade earlier. Nations wrote new industrial strategies to make chips and batteries at home, a reminder that the romance of free trade yields to the arithmetic of scarcity. War in Europe turned energy into strategy again. Pipelines that had been taken for granted became levers. Tankers and terminals became the bridges of an improvised era. Europe burned less gas than forecasts had allowed and raced to build wind and solar at a pace that surprised veterans of the grid. The larger lesson was older than any treaty. A cold winter and a warm summer care little for politics. Heat waves set records on 3 continents. Rivers ran low, and ships pressed their hulls against the last fathoms. Insurance firms relearned the vocabulary of force majeure. In village councils and city halls, the energy transition stopped being a slogan and became a procurement plan. The information order shifted again. Artificial intelligence moved from laboratory demo to everyday muscle. It wrote memos and code, passed exams, and hallucinated with confidence. Courts and parliaments reached for rules while businesses reached for advantage. As with every general-purpose technology, the first effects were uneven. Some tasks melted into software. Others became more valuable because they remained stubbornly human. Teachers learned to ask better questions. Doctors used pattern-finding tools as second readers. Artists argued about credit and theft in a medium that samples the world without asking permission. Geopolitics settled into a wary multipolarity. The greatest share of new growth came from the belt of the planet that had once been called developing, as if the journey had a single destination. Trade maps thickened south to south. Clubs widened. Old alliances renewed their vows while new ones experimented with looser ties. The United States still held a commanding hand in finance and technology, but it no longer sat alone at the table. China sold infrastructure and bought time, even as the discipline that produced boom years met the anxious mathematics of aging and debt. Middle powers discovered that leverage can be made from geography and patience. The public square was rebuilt in real time. Platforms that once promised connection contended with the pollution of rage. Moderation teams became newsroom and court combined. Deepfakes taught citizens to distrust their eyes. At the same time, libraries filled again. Local papers tried experiments to survive, and old virtues made a quiet comeback. The story that persists is the story told face to face. When disaster came, neighbors still knocked on one another's doors. Health carried its own ledger of hope. The leap of mRNA did not end with a single virus. Trials opened for cancers and rare diseases, where treatment had been a synonym for luck. Wastewater labs that had protected campuses turned into sentries for future outbreaks. The grim knowledge of what can go wrong became a manual for how to act before the sirens start. Historians will read this period as a reckoning with scale. Climate is global, yet remedies begin with a building code and a bus route. Technology is planetary, yet its harms arrive in a single school district where the budget for counselors is thin. Peace and war spin on national decisions, yet the consequences appear as rent and bread and the price of keeping the lights on. In this tangle, the institutions that mattered were the ones that could admit error and adjust. The ones that failed were those that mistook rigidity for strength. The long now is not a prophecy. It is the recognition that the future has been arriving in increments for a very long time. Grain prices and chip counts, river gauges and hospital inventories, votes and rumors, all tell the same tale. We are more entangled than any empire ever managed to make us, and more dependent on trust than any algorithm can safely replace. The arc of this book has moved from hearth fires to rocket plumes, from clay tablets to whispers sent by light. Its final lesson is stubborn. Survival is a civic art before it is a technical feat.